All right, welcome everybody. This is the 24th annual Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness Spring Social, and I'm here with my good friend and co-MC Roger Paul.
Chili wen.
How you doing, sir?
Nida gwan epsi de wen. Nida kuchku ka binia. Kadia gyod week wajeyo. Kadia kadwaga ben yoda. Nagapsi de wen kadwaga. Gilwo awe gnidia nemot. Juna Gilwo klidazi ba edgy week wajayik. Nida, what's the theme today, Chris?
So today's theme, we are talking about the residential school survivors and also the ones that we've lost over the years.
The young relatives
who
never made it home.
Exactly, yeah, the young relatives that never made it home. There's so many, and this history is only just now coming to light how expansive this really is, and we wanted to take the time this year to pay credence to that, and so that's the theme for this year's social.
Oh, and by the way, we're scheduled to go to Kill 5, but I think some of these, they want to go shopping. The guys, you will get stalked. They probably want to go outside, so we're going to try to end before 5.
Yeah. No, we're going to keep it. We want to have a good time with everybody today. We got a lot of great content set up for you. We're going to be hearing from drum groups. We're going to be hearing some opening prayers. We got some live music set up for you today. So lots of great, interesting things going on, and we're so grateful, to be with you all here together.
Again.
We wish we could be live. We really wish we could, but for health reasons, just to be sure, we wanted to make sure we did this in a safe way. But the magic of Zoom gives us the ability to come into all of your homes, so we're more accessible a little bit this way, even though it's so much more fun when we get to come together and be live and laugh and all of those good things that we usually do together. So, Lord knows Roger is no shortage of jokes.
Keep in mind, I realize how hard it's been for Zoom, Nagapsidu, and a lot of people are talking about how Madaweo is for when you Zoom, and we miss that being together, and I understand that. But we have to remember it. This is not a first thing in our culture. This isn't our first pandemic. I mean, the government has been trying to push pandemics onto us for generations, and we're still here. Also, we've gotten used to the fact that we can be together but not be physically there. Now, we've done this for generations with our ancestors. Whenever we have a ceremony, we always make sure we have space for our ancestors. We always include them in everything that we do. So Zoom is just an extension of that. We may not be physically in your living room, and I may not be sharing you in some of that corn soup that you guys are having right now. And believe me, that breaks my heart. But keep in mind, we've been doing this for generations, and you know what? One of the things that make us so good about surviving is that we adapt to our environment. Yesterday being Earth Day, everybody talks about Earth Day. Well, in our language, Earth Day is giskid. It means day. Every day is Earth Day. And so whenever we think of the Earth, we adapt to our environment. We don't adapt our environment to us. We adapt to our environment, and that's why we're still here. So we're glad to be with you, even on Zoom. So think of us as the ancestors in that chair that you set aside for us.
Yeah, even it doesn't matter whenever we get together, whether it's in ceremony or whether it's for social events, whether it's to have a good time. When we bring our music, when we bring our language into these spaces, the sacred is always present with us, and that's we remind ourselves of that, and that we are to be good representatives here in this life to our ancestors, and make sure that we show them that we have been paying attention to what they were telling us when they were here with us, and that we're continuing to carry on. We don't want them worrying about our future generations, and so we, as the current generations, have to live up to the example that was set before us. And so even though we get together, we're going to have a good time, we're going to laugh together today, we're going to get a little serious at times as well, and also as a matter of respect. Especially when it comes to the way we open things up. And we have some opening prayers from several community members that Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness has reached out to, and they are pre-recorded prayers that they're going to be giving. We want to also extend thanks to all of the participants that have sent in videos today, the drum groups, the submission of songs, and all of those prayers that have been sent to us to be part of this event here today.
All of the communities will be represented in the prayers today. See, that's Wabanaki, and there will be prayers from all of the elders from each of the communities. And we're also going to have an opening prayer from Banuapskil, Zagam, the Penobscot chief, I believe.
Chief Francis, yes.
And then we'll move to an opening song. And let me think. I think Lauren is doing that opening song, right? We'll see.
She's smiling over there. All right, so with that, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are all set to go. So we are going to our opening sequence here. And like I said, thank you so much to all of the folks following here that will be offering the prayers, and to Lauren, who will be offering our opening song.
Well, as welcome one, Gizi Yuli, no, Elimili, no, Bamosawagan. Sida dama Olguabal Dina, Jibenog, Upquatat Coggin, Cho Gizi, Wiju Kamiak. Well, as welcome one, Eligizi, Milky Hib Bilegis, Elibusat Wati Hib Gilon Lamil, Naga Eliduki, with Sida Gab, Bemosawig. Well, as welcome one, and a Gluskab Elinikaniad. Naga Kmikwida Haman and Jeep Logan, Naga Psida Zipsug. Ktonke one Psida Wazizug, Wajigizi Wuli Bamosul Dieted, Naga Wajukaman, Wajiskad, Bejiog Nid, Mejigug, Pizun. Saunasnog. Mikwida Haman and Gukmasan, Eligizi Wulgaki Molino, Naga Elizisi. Mili no psida weases. Nabal wuli bamosul tiu, Ouija psida ktulna beminog, you'd skid kameg. Skiaznog. Wulas weltam wana, Ali wuli zugly da hazul tiu. Knikana boltin and da halo mejmil gansus menog. Gulas weltamanen, min megwagan, nagagami wan baki gawig. Naga psida gaw, gizgakim kieg, wajuli sadumu tieg, naga ktamagi dahamsul tieg. Latagwasnog. Latagwasnog wiggle drug psida gachig dun hadijig, naga matchin hadijig. Naga wabe jigwe sisag. Imiatina wajigizi wulausul tieg, you'd skid kameg. Gichigawas and Mikwida Hamana, Elichui, Ulas Weltamog, Naga Kchidmida Hamok, Psida Gatchikton Hedijig, Dun Ada Eliola Dieg, Chiwali when Bemkiskok, Naga Bemigadu, Psida Alagamogig.
Koi. Hello, I'm Norman Bernard, and I'm way up here in Aroostook County with the affiliated with the Aroostook Band of Micmacs, formerly known as Aroostook Band of Micmacs, and we're the Mi'kmaq Nation. I've been asked to give an opening prayer as well. So with that, I'll get started. Koi. Izuk. Mirara, Megajo. Amoniminen. Oi. I am Sacred Fire, Bear Claw Keeper, Bear Claw. We ask for your strength, guidance, wisdom, knowledge, and teachings. We ask for forgiveness for all the things that we may have done to offend. But we also give thanks because there's many teachings and all those things that we do. Want to welcome everybody here coming to the Wabanaki Social here in the springtime. And want to give special prayers out to all the families out there that have struggled through loss of many things, you know, especially loved ones over the winter months. Springtime is the beginning. It's new light, new growth. As we focus and move forward in our journeys, in our lives, and the things we have looked forward to come. We ask for these blessings for each and every one of us here. And I give you thanks. Leave and allow all my relations in Sonogama. Hey.
Thank you, Creator, for this day and for the Wabanaki Spring Social Gathering. Whether it be in person or virtual, the significance is the same. We are all connected and share in one another's community spirit. Our community has been struggling with some hardships, dealing with COVID and with tragedy within our tribe, but we help one another spiritually and in every day supporting each other as much as we can. Wabanaki Social is a community gathering for all tribes in Maine and ultimately for the universe. And in closing, I would like to say that we should always honor the sacred. Tahoe.
Te togo which beju said gizos, Eliwit meg chibenuk, Naga de togo which we will bedeg, Eliwit meg zaunasnuk, De togo elmo said gizos, Cluit men en skiasnuk, Naga de togo which with geik, Cluit men en lataguasnuk, Eol titin mosa winwuk, Dulna bemuk, Nidabig, Naga den a good geek, Atek samagwan, mijwagan, nabizun, wayasizag, psidigag nidwiag, wajigizausiag, wuliwan, kamajnulas weltaman yud bemgizgak, wajgwizikwag, mezegagask, son, ganog, gizigwan, kirimagwahatiag, wulas weltam na elizikwag, eli zabosiag, bun, Naga eli kadwigi katiak, Ganog bemgiskak magwahatiban, Naga siktal multiban, Tlawestultiban, Bumgatiban, Clintultiban, Psidigagwik wajayig, Samig magwahapan, Mijuka minna, Wajipsiud, Gag Walibamilk, Tahoe.
Luizi Galal Dani, Nujayao Al Nabi Menahan. I'd like to sing a song for everybody, a healing song, and they can use the song if they want. Instead of saying a when a why, you can put somebody's name in. Gigaha means heal him or her. This came to me, the tune and the words and everything. Awenoa gigaha, awenoa gigaha, awenoa gigaha, awenoa gigaha, witukema gigaha, witukema gigaha, witukema gigaha, witukema gigaha. Dupegala negama, dupegala negama, dupegala negama, dupegala negama. Willie Winnie Chini West, Willie Winnie Chini West, Willie Winnie Chini West, Willie Winnie Chini West. Awenoa gigaha, awenoa gigaha, awenoa gigaha, Awenuwagigaha. Witukema negama. Witukema negama. Witukema negama. Witukema negama. Tupekala negama. Tupekala negama. Tupekala negama. Tupekala negama. Willie Winnie Chini West. Willie Winnie Chini West. Willie Winnie Chini West. Willie Winnie Chini West. Tahoe.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Penobscot Nation, I would like to take the opportunity to once again welcome everyone to the 24th Annual Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness Social. I first would like to thank Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness for their steadfast support of our tribal communities here in Maine. Throughout this pandemic, their presence has never been more visible, and the partnerships, resources, and commitment to our people has been invaluable and has helped with people's quality of life. Thank you to Lisa and Sharon for your leadership during a very challenging time. As we look at this year's social with a focus on the horrific impacts of residential schools on our relatives and our own boarding school history, it is important to recognize that this policy and crimes against our people have left a scar through historical trauma that remains in our communities today. It cannot be quantified as to the effects in totality on our culture and people. As we think about these victims, I also think it is important to talk about our resiliency. Our people have overcome so much in our history on a multitude of policies that sought to assimilate and terminate us. That resiliency has never been more prominent than it is today through all of you. We are seeing a shift in thinking about tribal self-determination and governance, with the people of the state acknowledging our past together and wanting a better future for Native people. That shift is a credit to all of you, refusing to stay silent and fighting against injustice. And organizations like Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness that have Indian people working in tribal communities to address a whole host of issues to better our way of life. That is self-determination and self-perseverance. Our presence, your presence at this social year after year is very visible, that our people and culture are still here because of all our strength. That same strength that was in our ancestors. So it is important to remember our past and acknowledge those we have lost. And thank you all also for being here today and saying we are no longer invisible. I know our future will be bright and want to thank all the staff and leadership at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness for not only your commitment to wellness in our communities, but for your commitment to uplifting our nations in a self-determining way. So to all my relatives, it is my honor to once again welcome you to this year's Spring Social. Have a wonderful event.
the trees. And thank you for the love I feel from my friends and family. Thank you for all you've given me. Yahweh, 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 for all my people, I pray to set them free from war and hate, division, from illness and disease. I pray for every race and nation, for peace and harmony. Please help us to live in unity. Yahweh, Yahweh, Yahweh,
All right. Thank you once again to all of those amazing prayers and to the beautiful music from Lauren Stevens and especially Kelly Demmons,
I
that
just
gorgeous
leaped up seeing
voice.
it, Kelly. Oh, I love hearing their voices.
Oh my God, it's been a while since I've got to hear Kelly, and just magic. So thank you for being with us and joining and participating, Kelly. We really appreciate that. As we go into our next segment here, Roger and I would like to lead everybody in a moment of silence as an acknowledgement of the tragedies that have been happening within our Wabanaki community. To say anything to that, Roger?
Well, there's a lot of the communities that have really been going through some tough times, and they've some tragic losses. And every year we usually take a moment to remember those losses and to actually take those community members that are left behind and kind of almost hold them in our arms and wrap around them and let them know that we're supportive and we want to be there to help you through this. And please reach out. You're not alone. We'll have a moment of silence for that. Okay?
Yeah, so we're going to do something that we don't normally see on a live broadcast. Roger and I are going to lead you all in 1 minute moment of silence, and then we're going to hand it off to Lauren, who is going to sing live for you here. So here we go. Gee Willy One, everyone. Thank you so much. Lauren.
Hey, hey, no. Way Enuya, 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 enu, enuya, enuya. Eya, eno, eya, eno, eya, eno, eno, ya, eno, eno, ya, eno, ya. Enu ya enu, enu ya enu ya, we ya enu, we ya enu, we ya enu. Enu ya enu, enu ya enu ya, enu ya enu, enu ya enu ya, we ya enu. Way no, way no, eno ya eno, eno ya eno ya, eno ya eno, eno ya eno ya. Oh.
Cultural traditions are important prevention practices that strengthen relationships between individuals, their families, and cultures. Sharing these cultural traditions allows individuals to build a positive sense of identity and belonging, which supports their overall well-being. Researchers have linked participation in culturally traditional activities as an effective protective factor against conditions such as depression and substance use. Sharing cultural activities brings about positive outcomes in people in terms of education and health and reduces the risk of youth engaging in risky behaviors. The COVID-19 pandemic has added to the stressors that affect us all. If you are struggling, there are ways to cope. Our staff are culturally sensitive and available to talk to you. The Wabanaki Care Line is toll-free, confidential, and open 24/7 via call or text. Our lines are open to community members who are struggling with mental health and substance use, feeling overwhelmed by life issues, to service providers and caregivers, and to those who are concerned about someone in the community who is struggling. Warning signs that somebody may be depressed or suicidal include increased alcohol and/or substance use, withdrawal from friends, community, and family, impulsive or reckless behavior, loss of interest and motivation to do the things they once enjoyed, talking about dying or wanting to die or that others would be better off without them, talking about feeling empty, hopeless, or having no way out of problems, mentioning strong feelings of guilt and shame, giving away personal items or wrapping up loose ends, and saying goodbye to friends and family. We are here to help. For more information, contact sjoy@wabanakihw.org.
And we're back. You saw a little bit of video on some slides on Ann Padilla, and we're going to talk about her. a most important elder in our communities. But first I want to say a little bit about the care line that you saw up there. The screen that you'll see a few times today is about the care line. And we want to let you know that Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness is going to be there. Please keep that number handy, because a lot of us realize every once in a while, and I know how Skidginoog are. I've lived with Skidginoog all my life. Whenever we're all set, we don't look for help. But boy, when we need it, we start looking. So keep that handy. We never know when we're going to need that, because a lot of these care lines things, we like to think of ourselves as Skidginoog. For instance, that moment of silence. I like to think about in that moment of silence as a community is a jigsaw puzzle, and I'm a piece of that. So I look for where I can fit in to help complete that community. So keep that number handy, and you'll see that throughout the day. But we do have to acknowledge a very important person, Chris.
Absolutely, yeah. So you saw at the end of that video, Irene Ann Padilla, an extremely important elder, somebody that I can remember all the way back to my teenage years. A very powerful woman, right? And it was her vision, to create the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness Social 24 years ago. And we're so thankful that in 1997 she got the energy to put this together, and here we are 24 socials later, still celebrating, right? So thank you so much to Ann Padilla for your efforts, for your vision, and for the good times that we've had in the past and the ones that we can look forward to in the future as well.
She's always going to be with us, Chris. Every time we have one of these annual events, she's always going to be there in spirit. Mm-hmm. And if I remember Anne from when I was just a little scootian, a little fella, when I can remember, she's going to be watching over and making sure we do it right.
Exactly.
So keep that in mind. Another elder was Ruth Johnson. Mm-hmm. Oh, she was in charge of the giveaway. And Ruth Johnson also has been with us for many, many years, and another elder that watches over us. Mm-hmm. And Ruth made sure we did everything right. And she also made sure we had the giveaway. Now, the giveaway is something that's very important in our culture, and Ruth made sure that we always had giveaways for everybody. Mm-hmm. So we got to remember Anne and also Ruth. These elders are the ones that we need to follow their footsteps. Mm-hmm. They are the ones that broke the trail for us. And we need to just follow in their footsteps and keep going. Mm-hmm.
And Ruth served as a board member for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. We should remember that as well. This nonprofit world, right? So many big nonprofits are run by boards where, it's like the biggest donors end up on the board. Yet when it comes to Wabanaki nonprofits, we put Wabanaki people on those boards because the wealth that they contribute is not in money. Right? Our culture is wealth. Everything, our knowledge is the energy that's created between us when we have conversation with one another. That's how my father always defined it. And, so we contribute, to that wealth, right? By contributing our culture and by bearing it out and passing on knowledge. And, putting Wabanaki board members on the boards of these organizations, such an important role to play. And for you younger folks, see yourselves as the leaders of these organizations in the future. And we just wanted to mention that as well.
Oh, I love putting members on boards that think in Wabanaki. I always tell people that when you grow up as a Skitchin and Squabanakin, you think the way the culture has taught you, the way the communities have taught you. It's been handed down for thousands and thousands of years. And when you go in there with thinking with your heart and not with and too many companies today think with their wallet. Mm-hmm. And we have to have people who are really pure and really honorable and carry that Wabanaki way of thought. Now, we have for generations been doing that. And it looks like we have another person who thinks in Wabanaki that's going to be telling us. Now, I remember growing up with this person when I was just a little, I didn't say Squiddian, little fella. And we grew up together. And this is, in my opinion, my elder who's taught me so much. And he's here today to teach us about history of the chiefs. And you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah. So we're going to be introducing Dwayne Toma here. He's going to be, he's working at the Zivayag Museum these days. But, ever since I was young, when I used to work at Chikwaban Day Camp in Madakmiguk, Dwayne and I worked there together. And, one of the biggest things we worked on really with the youth was, teaching music and dances, and Dwayne was such a leader in that. And I learned so much from him. There's a bevy of people that I could talk to as teachers, but Dwayne and I did this work together where we actively taught youth together, and I really followed his example as I went along. And he's worked with the wax cylinders. For a little history for you all, the very first recorded native music in this country was by Jesse Walter Fuchs, who came to Calais, Maine, and recorded Passamaquoddy Chiefs. And those cylinders, those wax cylinders that were, Edison's new invention, were kept in the Smithsonian, and we only had access to it if we went through several different layers. And I can remember Jerry Padilla way back in the 80s bringing a song back to our community from those, and I used to just be so frustrated by the fact that we couldn't all have them. Yet all that work, Donald Soktoma and others, and Dwayne, working to bring those back home, and Dwayne has been working to study those, and so much knowledge is also present. They're not just singing songs, they're speaking, right? So that knowledge, that more than 100 years worth of history, and their lives added on to that makes it like 200 years worth of living knowledge that he's been able to work with and bring back to us here. And our next segment here is really Dwayne introducing the history of the protocols of the Chief's Welcome.
You mentioned Jerry and Son. Another part of that big jigsaw puzzle of all of these people that play a role in the future of Wabanaki. So let's hear from Dwayne.
You'd link to wagon, Liwi Dazu at Hosis we wagon, Kane you'd link to wagon, Sida when Gweji Muluk, Massey you'd link to Wadameg, you'd Gilwau, you'd at Hosis we wagon, Sami you'd link to wagon, Ma was salty nen, Naga gusquentolti nen, Xalmadolti nen, Magwa howlidi nen, Chitspid you'd link to wagon, Kane, where a glint to organ. You'd not get a glint to organ. Come on, con, eh? Anji matching at Zagum. See there when Naji Muganawa Ginwat acid. And what Ginwat acid, Naji Ginwat to Wapsi da Skijin Wook. Meek Markig. Bonwapska Weekcook. Lustig Weekcook. Nagada Pescadamoka de Cook. Naji Ginwat to one your mouse swing who gali matching at Zagum. And see that most so in Ogna Ginwat to one, Ali matching it. Ginwat toss wing. Oh, so go. Alme so go. Zobe Quiga Glana. Your burn and oh yeah, your dare, your burn and oh yeah, oh so go, help me so go, so back we go glana, help me. You'd get a glint to organ. The way tazo, gonna squam cook. Gonna squam cook, you'd get on key talk we go, man. Gonna squam cook is St. Andrews, our territory. Nagamno gig in Canada. Majimeo, you'd skijeno lintu adminia. Our people sang these songs for thousands of years. Anjiki wachiaula dated, Lintuadaminia. They sing these songs when they are lonely and they miss their territory. If you listen to the words in the songs, it describes their territory. You'd get a glint to organ, and you mago holidated mouse suinug. Come on, you'd chit per you'd glint to organo, naga you'd at lagatated, mago howler do a good air, naga glint to adminia yoto, caneal, glint to organo. Anji Zagam, Giddy Anji ulas welcome would Zagam, Maji Mida, Nulas welcome wag Zagam, because now most winnog Anji Bejola dated, ulas welcome one. So in other words, when we get together, we welcome each other. And we sing these very archaic songs. These songs are very old. When we hear them, they're very, very, very ancient. People don't realize just how ancient these songs are, because these are the dances we used to do all the time, we continue to do today. And this is all surrounding ceremony. As the chief is dancing to the other chief to welcome him, I want to describe to you the steps that he takes as he honors the chief. And I know sometimes when we do these dances, it takes a time to get to the chief. But we must be patient. We must take our time, because we're in ceremony and we honor each other. And it's done like this. And you'll notice the drum beat. So it's done like this. Nulazikwa Zagam. I welcome the chief, Nulazikwa. Julian.
All right. Willie One Dwayne, that was beautiful. So much knowledge in there. I mean, I learned something new every single time, and you know, even demonstrations of the dance moves and everything there is just there's so much to learn there. So just thank you so much for that, Dwayne.
Julian.
So we are moving along. We have moved from the introduction section into our section where we're going to talk about community of the land, the health and wellness of the land.
We have 5 different sections, right?
Yes,
oh,
yes.
Wow, yes.
So yeah, I mean, you know, we can't talk about health and wellness, especially as Wabanaki people, without talking about the land. You know, our health is dependent upon the health of the land. We can't separate the two. And in fact, if you read through some of the history, there's an old speech that was given by what they call the French call a Gaspésian chief, which was a Mi'kmaq chief, way up in the Gaspé Peninsula. And there's an English translation of his speech, and he was complaining to the French about the fact that they were forced to eat French bread and drink French wine, you know, in order to deal with them. And the life expectancy had started to go down, and that the chiefs used to live up to 130 years old. Can you imagine that, right? People will talk about this world today, right, with these roads and cell phones and cars, and talk about civilization as being an advancement. Yet the food that we eat and the way that we treat the earth these days is reflective in the life expectancy that we have today. And so we can't talk about public health and wellness without talking about the health of the land.
Well, the land is a living being. It's our mother. Everything we need, with the exception of sunshine, comes from her to help us live. And we need to make sure that there's also that future generation so that they have all that they need in the land. I tell my students that when you try to break down our culture into think of it as two basic things. The first half of our culture is to give thanks for everything we have today from the ancestors that have saved it for us. They've sacrificed and saved all of these things, our language, our culture, our homelands, and all of that. They've saved that. And the next part of it is making sure that the future generations have all of this too. So we have a responsibility. You hear all these stories about, well, I have a right to this, I have a right to that. Well, Skidjinog were raised not to have rights, to have responsibilities. And the responsibility is to take care of our mother and our future generations. So the earth and the environment, we're not part of the environment like how people say. The environment's not out there and we're here. We're a part, we are the environment. We are in it. We're not part of it. We're not separate from it. We are the environment. We are the earth. We come from the earth and we return to the earth. That's our culture, and that's the way we should think of it and the way we should treat our mother. Now, yesterday was Earth Day again, and I love the fact that they have a day that they acknowledge, but I got to tell you, you got to think like a Wabanaki. Every day is Earth Day. Every day that you get up, you give thanks to the sun. You thank the sun for giving you another day. And then we turn around and we make sure that our environment is going to be well taken care of, not only for us, but for the future generations, the next 7 generations. Now, these clips that we're going to see, Chris, they're from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness and what they're doing. And they're the ones that make this all happen for us. And so some of the things that they're doing here, that the projects they got going is just amazing. I love how big it has grown and how broad it's covering everybody and helping all of the communities.
Yeah, and it really, the work that's done here is really done through the lens of our culture, and that's an example here is these next videos coming up here on community land and wellness, as well as one of our most sacred medicines, tobacco. And so with that, we will go to our next set of videos.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Sakabason. Pronouns are she, her, hers. I am Penobscot and Passamaquoddy, and I'm here to introduce you to the work that we do. So I am the Division Director for Community and Land Wellness. Within our division, we focus on nutrition and obesity prevention, food sovereignty and food security, and environmental health. I would like to introduce our team. So I will introduce and pass it to Tani.
My name is Tani Jacobs. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the Environmental Health Manager. I'll pass it to Blunswitz.
Blunswitz, Niltiliwiz, Nil Nujiao Sabayig. My name is Blunswitz and I'm from Sabayig. I am the Water Quality Coordinator at Sabayig. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'll pass it to Jazz.
Kwe Ndaliwizi Jasmine Thompson, Nujaya Banawebskeg, Gagago Sawagodam. My name is Jasmine Thompson. My pronouns are she, her. My title is Food Sovereignty Educator, and I'm from the Penobscot Nation, and my family is Crow. All right, I'll pass it off to Mark.
I'm Mark Robinson, registered dietitian. My pronouns are he, him, his. And I will pass it to Christina.
I'm Christina Fitzpatrick. My pronouns she, hers. I am Maliseet from the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians, and I am the Community Education Team Lead. Pass it to Kelvin.
My name is Kelvin. My pronouns are he, him, and I am the Nuli Pumaus nutrition educator here for the Penobscot tribe, as well as Sabayig and Meduk Maguk. And now I'll pass it to Shannon.
Way and Eloise, Shannon Sapiel, Nijewow Bernawebskeg. Hello, my name is Shannon Sapiel. I am from the place of the White Rocks. I am a member of the Penobscot Nation, and my title is Food Sovereignty Coordinator.
Nadaliwis, Alexandra London. I am Maliseet from the Holton Band of Maliseet Indians in Aroostook County. I am the Wadamawayi coordinator, and I primarily work from the Aroostook County.
So going to introduce some of our programs. So here we have our nutrition program focusing on healthy eating and active living, and I will pass to Kelvin.
Hello. So as a nutrition educator, I help our communities with some nutrition programs on how to eat well on a budget and lead physically active lifestyles. So what that really means is that we provide nutrition education, healthy recipes, and we help incorporate ways to include traditional foods in our everyday diets. So here we have a picture of the My Wabanaki plate, which is a modification of the My plate. So the difference is that we focus on our traditional foods in the Wabanaki culture, such as berries, wild rice, wild game, fiddleheads, as well as our three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. And the ways that we help include these is through a series of cooking classes, specifically Cooking Matters, which is a hands-on cooking class that teaches our community members how to lead healthier lifestyles with affordable, budget-friendly foods, as well as nutritious meals as well.
In addition to the nutrition education curriculum, we're also incorporating traditional foods into everyday diet. One of the ways that we do that is by incorporating traditional foods into recipes and getting those recipes out to community. Here's an example of recipes that we put to community that included three sisters, as well as here's a way in which we included the three sisters into recipes that went to community. In addition to the healthy recipes, we always provide information around education. Whenever possible, we try to incorporate language within our programming. So here you can see we incorporated our traditional language around fiddleheads, as well as where, when, and how to harvest, how to clean, and how to prepare for future use, and how to practice with reciprocity. Here are some examples of some traditional foods that we're incorporating into the work that we do. We're also involved in many events. This is an example of being involved in the Millinocket Marathon, where we use Passamaquoddy blueberries, Passamaquoddy maple, inter granola bars, as well as trail mix. In the Millinocket community, we have a project called Denuksin, which means abundance in the Passamaquoddy language. So this project incorporates traditional foods, gardening, and ways that we can utilize by meeting people where they're at. And those often will include our places of recovery. At the Millinocket property, known as a gathering place, we constructed a hoop house. So it's 30 feet by 72 feet long, where we're incorporating traditional foods into our programming. We also have raised garden beds at our site as well. And here are some examples of the foods that we have grown and what the hoop house will be growing this season as well. As mentioned before, we always want to meet people where they're at. So it's important to provide traditional food education, knowledge, and the opportunity to grow by meeting people where they're at. So this is at the recovery home known as the Opportunity House in Bangor. We built raised garden beds and herb an herb garden planter box. Again, this is at the Millinocket property at Gathering Place where we planted indigenous garlic. All of foods which are going to be used within our Wabanaki mobile food pantry that will deliver food to tribal communities at no cost. So here's our beautiful mobile food pantry truck, incorporating foods, and then as well as preparing food bags in coordination with tribal food pantries. Christina, all you.
So another part of our programming is food sovereignty interns, which we have in the Maliseet community. Here you can see them doing things like helping with the Maliseet food pantry. There's another picture of them collecting and cleaning dandelions, which in turn they made tea out of, and the tea was distributed to the community for dandelion jelly. Here they are collecting them. Here you can see some of the pictures of them collecting dandelions, which was made into tea. Compost building was also another project that they worked on. They had to measure, draw up, do the price list, ask for permission to build this compost bin within the Maliseet community for the people right on the reservation to use. Foraging is also something we take part in, and it's quite important this time of year. As you can see, the fiddleheads, where we've cleaned them, we've picked them. We worked on freezing them so that they could be distributed to community members for projects such as canning. Here is some of the work that we did in the community garden. The interns planted, weeded, and picked the green beans here. After we harvested them, we went and preserved them and made dill green beans. This was a really fun project because they understood the beginning and the end. They had a hand in every part of the project, from planting to preserving. Here's some more pictures of our food preservation. Squash was baked and then pureed so it could be frozen for future meals. And there's an example of a traditional meal with moose chili, squash and corn muffins, and an apple crisp.
The Community and Land Wellness Division provides tribal communities with education and advocacy on environmental issues such as commercial tobacco prevention and cessation, food sovereignty, physical activity promotion, as well as sustainability initiatives and clean water advocacy, education, and distribution. Some of the media that we put out to the communities are education on the 4 sacred medicines, as well as provision of smokeless smudge. This slide highlights the collaborative approach that we take to commercial tobacco cessation. Alexandra London commonly collaborates with Christina to do tobacco offerings when they go to forage traditional foods and medicines. And Wabanaki Public Health also grows our own sacred tobacco utilizing seaweed as a fertilizer. This is a selection of the commercial tobacco materials.
In Sabayag, we have a drinking water issue. So as the water quality coordinator, I fill requests for people in the community that need drinking water. I'll take any of their jugs up to Robinson, where there is well water there that we fill from. A lot of people in the community call it holy water. We also do water distributions once a week, where we give out water that has been donated to us by Good Shepherd. And I also deliver that to people in the community as needed. Woolly one.
right, we're back live.
Edgy Willinaguaqunito.
I know, just beautiful artwork there. You know, a social is not a social without, you know, our
The
vendors.
vendors,
Yeah, exactly. You know, and we wanted to make sure that the folks here at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness wanted to make sure that we include that. So thank you to all the artists that included pieces there. There's so many beautiful, talented artists across Wabanaki territory, and just seeing it all, I mean, I want to buy it all.
Well, yeah, I got a list going here. I didn't want to show anybody. I've been trying to write down all of these addresses. The links that you see, or the addresses that you see, are where you can contact these vendors. Since we can't be here in real life, we can actually contact these vendors, and they have works like these available. And so if you're interested in anything, please support these vendors. These are people that are supporting their families, Wabanaki people that are working hard and carrying on the traditions. And I've got a long list of things that I'm going to be contacting here already. So make sure you contact these vendors.
Yeah, so we're moving along here, and you know, we've been talking a lot about you know, public health and wellness, but you know, a social is not a social without music. And so we have some music lined up for you, and I want to mention really quickly the names of the drum groups you're going to be hearing in this next segment coming up. Maui Danage, Apijig, Banawabskeg Singers, going to be bringing us those classics. Wabanaki Confederacy, so glad to have you gentlemen joining us. Huntley Brook, as well as Jeepalug, Apijig. Ladies, love your music. Always love seeing you all here. They're going to be coming up.
I always call those guys Huntley Brook too. But either way, they're good, Nick Dick. And we're proud to have them. So this is what we've been waiting for. This is what a social is all about. We came to dance.
That's right. And you know, the great thing about it is that, you know, we have such a strong music tradition. We have Wabanaki songs included in here, but also powwow music. You know, over the years, powwow music has become something that so many of our younger singers have learned, and I'm included in that, you know, as somebody that's gone on the road over the years. And so we have a great mix. But even the powwow music, you know, the Wabanaki Confederacy singers, you know, they make songs in our languages, you know, so it's an adoption of that way, you know, that really starts with Western tribes, you know, but has really become kind of the rock and roll concerts of Indian country these days, right? Yeah.
That's the evolution of how our music goes. A lot of times, a lot of us older guys used to say, oh, I want to hear it the old-fashioned way. But everything evolves over time. And like I said, we adapt to our environment. Our music adapts. Our music, I have to take hats off to our young people that are learning to drum and learning to dance and sing. That's the heart of who we are. We celebrate and we give thanks. What better way to give thanks to the Creator and to the Son by dancing and singing? And actually, it's healthy. It's time to do our aerobics for the day. Nita, I hope you didn't eat too much at lunchtime.
That's
right.
right.
It's time to do the aerobics.
You got your kids with you, you got them ready to go, get them up and dancing. You know, the only way we do it is to do it, you know, and if you're scared to get out in front of a whole bunch of people, today is your day to try it out in your home, right? So this is your day. If you have never danced before, get up there and dance, make your body move. Dance your style. That's what my dad would always say. You know, there's no style that's right. You know, if it makes you want to move, get on up and dance. So with that, we're ready for some music.
I want to hear them. Nita,
all right.
Let's hear these drum groups.
This is the celebration song. Donage Evitik, and we're going to be singing the Mi'kmaq Honor Song.
So
Wait
oh,
till
we were still dancing there. Sorry about that. All right. We hope you love that music there, and thank you to those singers. You know, singers, you know, live a life where it's a life of service, right? It's not just showing up at the good times, but being there for the hard times for the families and everything. And so I really want to, you know, extend my thank you outward to all of these singers that are sharing their music with us here today, and we really, really appreciate it. And Lord knows we were jamming along as we were going along here. So.
Those songs bring back a lot of memories, and I like hearing the young people sharing some of the old traditional songs and some of the new songs. And I noticed some granddaughters of mine dancing up there too. And that I noticed my one granddaughter starting to look like her grandfather a little bit there when she was dancing. Nita Zip says, I'm proud of you. Nita.
She's probably going to text you right now.
Oh, I think she is. Yep.
All right, so we are moving along in our program here, and section 2 involves infectious diseases, and we're going to be showing some videos coming up here from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. But you know, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and we call it a historic pandemic, but when it comes to, you know, our peoples, you know, this is not new territory for us.
Skidjinog, this isn't our first pandemic. I mean, especially if you're Beskidamukad, especially if you're Passamaquoddy. The whole reason we're here today is because of the sacrifices our ancestors made. I mean, back in the middle 1700s, which wasn't, by the way, an accident. This history of, oh, it was inadvertent that we didn't know those blankets. We brought these diseases. Well, that was late 1600s, early 1700s. Well, halfway through 1700s, they figured out these diseases, and one of them was blankets brought to our community by the state, and the army brought them with masks on, with gloves and sticks, and gave blankets to the Passamaquoddy community, and they were infested with smallpox. And our community didn't realize that. They accepted these gifts and realized later that they had smallpox. It was spreading through the community. And the elders, or the ones that were in that community that were infected, went to Muinui. It's an island off the shore in the lake. And it's just a round site from Madakmigog. They went there to go until they were better so that the rest of the community could be safe and survive. And they went there and never got better. They died of their diseases there. But because of their sacrifices, because they cared about their community, they cared about others, they separated and quarantined themselves, and they ended up dying with the disease. But it's because of those specific people that we still have Passamaquoddy people today. And if you're ever thinking of why should I give thanks to our ancestors, that is probably the best description of why we need to give thanks to our ancestors, and how we as a Skidjinog need to remember that we do this for our community. Always remember that. So this isn't our first pandemic.
Yeah, and you think about, you know, the simple things that we ask people to do in public gatherings, you know, wearing masks, or even what we're doing today, you know, meeting virtually here today. Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness knows their history very, very well. And, you know, being safe, you know, is of utmost importance, especially during the time of a pandemic, you know. So being asked to wear a mask, right, is such a minuscule thing, right? It doesn't hurt.
It's the least you can do.
It's the least you can do, and it's not just for yourself, it's for others, right? You know, and we live in this world, you know, as good neighbors to one another, you know, and that's really, you know, that's how we survive these things. That's how we get through them.
I've even seen people complain about a mask and then light up a cigarette. And it's like, wait a minute, you're not Passamaquoddy, are you? You know,
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going with some more videos here from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness on the COVID response and on infectious disease, as well as sharing some more of our beautiful vendors here. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our next set of videos.
Get your pen ready, write down these addresses for these vendors and contact them.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Sakabason, and I have the honor of helping to lead Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And as you can see, we're a growing organization that touch many areas of wellness and healing. Our organization these past 2 years have been pretty focused on many areas of healing, as well as focused on pandemic response. When we knew COVID-19 was traveling across the country, we knew it would land across the borders and arrive to our communities. We knew that we needed a response plan. We knew that we needed to be working with tribal leadership. And we also knew that we needed to make sure that we secured the resources needed to be successful during a pandemic. I will be presenting information that was pulled together by myself and our division director, Rachel Mahar. Rachel can't be with us today. She's not feeling well, but I will be here to be able to present the information. This is the information for the Division of the Infectious Disease and Pandemic Response. COVID response. What did we do during the pandemic? Here are some examples of really what it took to be sure that people had what they needed. During the time of preparing for COVID, as well as in the event you were infected or your family was impacted, we needed to be able to respond then too. We were able to provide greater than $140,000 in food support to the communities. We were able to serve over 3,000 individuals with food support. When somebody was ill, what we knew was important is that they stayed home, that they didn't go out during the time that they were infectious. We were able to supply them with food delivered to them. So having 3,000 people impacted as well as served was one of the things that we were laser focused on. We were able to secure over $1.5 million that went directly to the communities for them to develop what they needed to grow their infrastructure. We were able to grow infrastructure around information technology, computers, support for connectivity, because what we knew during the time of COVID is that we needed to connect differently. One of the things that we also focused on was making sure that communities had the supplies needed, whether it was hand sanitizers or masks or cultural supplies or our traditional medicines. We wanted to be sure that people had what they needed and that they did not go without during a time that going with was deeply critical. COVID referrals each month tended to climb. In July 2021, you see this big spike over the summer. These peaks that you see often followed the peaks of the variants that we heard so much about in the news. What we like to see is that these peaks go down, and we are indeed seeing that. In the first of the year, we were still getting many, many referrals, and I will say COVID is not yet gone. We still are taking referrals, but we are seeing the decline, and we do believe that we're definitely seeing brighter days ahead. Our food and supplies to the communities was critically important. Fresh fruits and vegetables are so important during the time where people are in their homes with limited access, and that the grocery stores, as many of you know, were bare in many instances. Water, as we know, is life. It is sacred. And we also know that our community, our Passamaquoddy tribe at Zibayig, has been going out without clean water for decades. What we also know is Chief Dana, as well as Vice Chief Neptune and Representative Rena Newell, are working hard and leading us to the way of clean water. What we also know are community leaders like Ed Bassett, community leaders like Bluntz Dana. They are helping us supply the community with clean water in the meantime. Our organization has been able to develop an infrastructure for water so people do not go without during the time of a global pandemic. And as you know, lots of activity is happening in Augusta, and that activity led by our leaders to ensure for our future generations, water is kept sacred and we are responsible for it. One other area of work that we focused on was our work with each of the health centers. Vaccinations were important. They still are important. We are working now on booster vaccine clinics and encouraging people to get their boosters or get your first time vaccine. We know that COVID is decreasing, but what we also know is that we need to remain vigilant, not scared, but responsible to one another. And this is one way for us to do that. Connection was critically important during these past 2 years and remains critically important. Connections to our natural ways of healing, our ceremonies. Having community smudges during this time was something that filled all of our hearts with so much joy and healing. Connecting to our medicines, connecting to our Indigenous authors, also connecting our communities to the supplies needed to keep them safe. One of the things we say at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, and you may hear it again throughout the day, is that we've got you. Wherever you are on your journey, we're here for you. We have a place for you. That includes if you need COVID support, that includes if you need recovery and other healing supports. But what we do want you to know is that wherever you are in your journey, we are here for you, we thank you, and we are honored to serve you in this way. Chiwaliwan.
Trying to get that address.
Trying to get them down.
Oh.
Yeah, no.
I'll wait till it comes up again.
Next time, next time.
Uh-huh.
So we're moving along in our program here. We got some more music for you, and this next performer that we have for you here is somebody that his performance name is known as Firefly the Hybrid. But
Bidiat Desid.
Bidiat Desid.
It's a good name.
Yep. A lot of us might know him as Jason Brown, and I'll give you some of the background. Jason and his wife Donna are known as the team DeConti and Brown, right? Yeah, and if you've seen their jewelry, you've seen their clothing, their fashion, everything just outstanding, you know, and really takes Wabanaki arts and brings it into the modern day world, you know. But when the pandemic hit, you know, a lot of these artists, you know, they're so dependent upon, you know, live shows, right, to sell their work. And the same thing was true of, you know, Jason and Donna. And, you know, Jason is such a hyper creative fellow, you know, does such energy.
He can do anything.
Yeah, he couldn't sit still. So at the Abbey Museum, we had to, you know, when I was there, we had to cancel the Abbey Museum Indian Market, and we decided to put on a virtual market. And that was actually the first virtual Indian market put on in the country. And so we, you know, enlisted a lot of content, you know, from various Wabanaki performers. Jason and Donna presented their, you know, their work as DeConti and Brown, and Jason asked if he could perform musically as Firefly the Hybrid. And so that is where we first saw the performance of Firefly the Hybrid. And let me tell you, if you've never seen a performance of Firefly, it is something to see. You know, there's colors, there is, you know, cosmology from outer space, and, you know, you name it, you know, whatever is going on in his imagination, he brings it to light. And he has taken that visual art form, and he has just, you know, excelled with it over the last year. The second digital Amen we had, he ended up creating about a 45-minute long music video, several different songs, just beautifully done. In fact, he wanted to film part of it in the backyard of the Abbey, and at one point he figured, well, I just don't have time to go do that. So he built a miniature model of the backyard of the Abbey Museum and filmed from there instead. Just amazing work. You can go to the Portland Museum of Art, by the way, and you can see one of his video installations there on display. And so we are very, very lucky that we have a piece from Jason, from Firefly here to present for you all.
Does he sing in that one in the Portland?
You got it. Yeah,
that boy can sing.
Yes, he can. Yeah, he's found his voice.
At a Juneteenth celebration where he drummed a round dance, and oh my goodness, it was great. I had to jump right in, Nanila.
Well, get your shoes ready, because that's what we got coming up here. So here we go with Firefly.
Your way, your way, your way,
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Firefly. That was awesome, as always. And like I said, you can see Firefly's work. He's performing all over the state and doing big things these days. So keep an eye out, especially on his social media. He'll let you know when upcoming performances are coming. We are moving forward. We got another section of music coming up here, and I wanted to, bring a little music live here to you folks as well. I'm sitting here, I'm watching all of these songs, and I'm just reminded of, my own childhood and, my biggest teachers. There's a lot of people I could say, I've learned from over the years, definitely. But my biggest teachers were, of course, my dad, Wayne Newell, and Blanche Salkabason. And, one of the songs that they sang commonly was, one that we all know. They sang it for snake dance a lot. So this is one of our old classics here that I'm going to sing for you guys. All right, we got some more music coming up for you all. We got, once again, our drum groups, Maui Danage, Epi Jig, gonna be coming up, Bunawapskeg Singers, Wabanaki Confederacy, and Huntley Brook and Jeepalug Epi Jig. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. Like I said, if you're scared of getting up in front of a crowd, this is your opportunity right now. Get on up there, practice these dances, and then we'll see you when we're out in public for the first time again with The Social. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go with our next set of singers.
This is their song.
Hey,
Ready, singing judges. All right, Wabanaki defenders, 5 times through. Come on up, you dancers, come on up. Entertainment
alligator song.
All right, we are back. We are live once again. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the singers. Such good music we've been having here
Isn't
today.
our culture wonderful
It's
and so
beautiful.
beautiful, and the
Yes.
music and everything about our culture is good. But just like everything else in our culture, Chris, there's a balance.
Mm-hmm.
There's
Yep.
always a balance.
There is, yes. And the next section that we're coming up upon is Section 3, Culture, Connection, and Support. And we wanted to begin this section with a bit of a warning, an explanation of some of the heaviness that's going to be following in this particular section here. As we talk about things like the residential school survivors that didn't make it home, missing and murdered Indigenous women, and other subjects of that sort. And so we just wanted to make sure we put that out there, that this next section is going to be involving those topics.
We need to keep in mind, although these are sad events in our past, and some of them are continuing, like for instance the ancestors that we have in museums and in institutions that people refuse to let us bring them home and repatriate them and rebury them where they need to be, back in their homelands. We need to remember that even though we have these dark sections of our culture, we don't identify with that. We identify with all of our culture as a whole, and there needs to be that balance. And so there's this trigger warning that we want to make sure that because I know there's a lot of people that are residential school survivors out there, Chris. My brother is one of them, and a couple of my brothers and my older sister were able to survive that and come back from the residential schools. One of my brothers, Vaughn, is still with us, and he still suffers from a lot of that. And I was, being the younger one, I was one of the fortunate ones that I had family that loved me, and they shuffled me around and kept me away from having to fall into the hands of these residential schools. But I do remember Sister Jean Marie. But we have to keep in mind that these are people we need to help and we need to support in every way we can.
Yeah, and I mean, it's even reflected in the English words that we use. We don't call folks that came back from these schools graduates, right? We use that word survivor, and that's the truth of this particular history here. So this next section we have lined up for you here has some presentations on this subject. We are also going to be showcasing the care line as well. So please pay attention for those resources that are available from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness.
And if you feel that this will trigger anything, please get your tissues with you. And remember, and please be near the people that you care about.
And it's okay to be human. That's part of who we are.
Tears are healing.
Good afternoon. Daliwas Lauren Stevens, Baskramukanil, Nujel Madatmigo. My name is Lauren Stevens, and I am the Division Director of the Division of Culture, Connection, and Support here at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Subdivisions within this division are culture, language, and education, clinical and early intervention, and injury and violence prevention, with focus on suicide prevention for youth, veterans, and elders, mental health promotion for all, and also crisis response. Meet our team. We have Laura Urowitz, Elder Associate, Esther Sapier, Cultural Arts Coordinator, Mingwensis Sapio, Chipazwa Educator, Shinoa Kamek, Chipazwa Team Lead, Melissa Friend Adams, Clinical and Early Intervention Manager, Katie Moon, Chipazwa Coordinator, Darren Ripley, Veteran Services Coordinator, Amy Toma, Elder Services Coordinator, Cyril Francis, Culture and Language Advisor, Newell Louie, Culture, Language, and Education Manager, and myself. Here are some photos of some of the cultural activities we've been able to provide within the communities. The picture on the left is a picture of Penobscot Nation Youth Council and skirts they made themselves. We've been able to provide regalia making and rattle making and drum making and other cultural activities within the communities, as we believe culture is prevention. Stories from the Dawnland is also a series that was started during the winter months, telling stories, traditional stories. Monthly, we would have speakers come and tell our stories in English and in the language. These series happen within the winter months and stop once winter solstice comes. The community smudge is also something we have been honored to offer. The smudge happens in each tribal territory at the same time on the same day for a collective ceremony, for prayer for our communities and our community members and our tribal lands. Here's a picture of Orange Shirt Day last year, remembering our relatives before we started the community smudge in Madawbubu. The Wabanaki Spring Social is here. Thank you all for coming. Each year it is held in person, and over the last couple years we have not been able to connect, but we wanted to connect in some way, somehow. So last year we had our first virtual WAB Social. This year is our second year, and we loved to be able to connect with people in a time where things felt so disconnected. Here we have some pictures of the youth engagement bags we were able to provide this year with a number of activities, including Indigenous coloring pages, some of which even created by one of our own youth. Elder supports. We have some pictures here of an effort called the Colored Paper Project, where in the height of COVID, Blunt's Dana had come to our team with an idea, with something she had seen from one of our sister territories. How do we have and help the elders communicate in the safest way possible? The Colored Paper Project is 4 pieces of paper with instructions, and they are posted in visible areas within people's homes. Visible areas for people to see when we do our colored paper checks that happen daily throughout the week, so elders can communicate their need. Elder Birthday and Christmas Card Project. This is a project that is led by Laura Yurwitz, and to ensure that every elder on Sabayak census gets a birthday and Christmas card. Veteran support. Veteran support program is a fairly new program, and what we are looking to be able to provide for our veterans. We have been able to, in the time of COVID, from afar, recognize our veterans and thank them for their service. And we're excited to be expanding our programming now to help support veterans every day, and not just on Veterans Day, but all the time. Strengthening Families. Strengthening Families is a virtual series of Zoom workshop series where parents and caregivers can come together and discuss different topics, have educational opportunities to discuss things around parenting, mindfulness, and connection. These workshops are offered monthly and posted on our Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness Facebook page. Critical Incident Stress Management, or CISM, is a team of community members and community allies from each of the Wabanaki territories and surrounding. CISM is an evidence-based, peer-based crisis intervention model that teaches team members how to respond to traumatic events and provide crisis intervention. We host a few of these critical incident stress management trainings each year to grow our team for response when any of the territories are in need. If you are interested in learning more about becoming a CISM team member, please reach out to Lauren Stevens here at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Question, Persuade, Refer is a suicide prevention gatekeeper training that is offered by our Jipazwa educators. This training is to provide people with the tools and knowledge to be able to have difficult conversations, to question, persuade, and refer someone to appropriate services in a time of crisis. These trainings are offered to community members and departments within the communities as well as community allies. If you are interested in becoming QPR trained, please reach out to Shanoa Kamek here at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Here is a highlight of a PSA that you are about to see. It is the first ever Wabanaki youth-led suicide prevention PSA created by youth and produced by youth. The producer is Paige Sullivan, seen here, taking recordings in Sabai at Passamaquoddy Days last year. So without further ado, I introduce our Wabanaki youth-led suicide prevention PSA. G. Willie Winall, Upchich.
It will be okay. You are not alone.
You're amazing.
We are here for you. You are more beautiful than the eagle's eye itself.
You rock.
It's okay not to be okay. You are worth it. I will always be your friend. You are enough. Cheer up, kids hug.
You'll never be alone.
Storms don't last forever. Friends are here and forever. Never hate yourself.
Just talk to us, we're here for you.
Be strong and think about happy things like love and family and ice cream.
You're worth it. When things are tough, you must be tougher.
Don't listen to bullies.
You're awesome.
I love you.
You are loved. Get help. Talk to a loved one.
Doggos help sorrows.
Stay.
Gazalmopen.
Gazaluleg.
Gazalmupana.
Gazalmopen.
All right, we are back live, and just so you all know, that video that you saw with the youth there, that is the very first youth-led Wabanaki PSA, created here with the staff at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, and thank you to Lauren Stevens for the beautiful music that went along with that. All of those youth, such important messages, and for me, it's such a beautiful sight to see. That not only is it the responsibility of the elder folks, but we take it on, in all generations, that we have responsibility for the future of us all. And to see those young ones there giving those positive messages, that's what we need more of in this world. So that was beautiful to see. And thank you to all of you that gave us your words. I'm really touched by it.
Yeah, the first ever suicide prevention PSA, and done by the Wabanaki youth. And they know their role so well in the culture. I mean, even in our language, when we say words like dus and gus, and it's supposed to mean my son and my daughter. But anyone younger than us, we can say dus or gus, because we know in our culture, anyone that's younger than us, we're responsible for. And these youth, as young as they are, they know they're the ones setting the examples for the ones even younger or the ones yet to come. And they do that well. They know their culture and they do a good job at it. And always remember, there's always going to be another day coming. And no matter what happens, there's people out here in that big jigsaw puzzle I talked about earlier, that we can all do this together. Good work, Gilwell.
Yep.
Chiguahaba.
Yep, that's how we do these things. We don't do these things alone. We do these as a community, and that's how we heal. That's how we find, strength going forward. Which introduces, our next section. Once again, there's a lot of heaviness to this particular section, but these are realities, right? We can't escape them, and if we don't talk about them, how can we make change, right? And for missing, murdered Indigenous women, once again, this is something that social media, I guess, made more of America a bit more aware of here. But this is something that, growing up in our communities, we've been aware. People are not divorced from this particular subject here.
Now, keeping in mind that our culture, this is the new culture that is, the new culture out there that has kind of taught us to be this way, and social mores are trying to mold us into people that we aren't. In our culture, women have always been the heads of the families, the heads of our communities, the leaders. Women are the ones that we turn to. Women are always the ones that we respect, we protect, and we listen to. And they're the keepers of our families, and they're the keepers of our wisdom. And we always have respected them for that. But ever since the settlers came over, they have a different view. And since the media and the rest of the society out there does not value women, we see that every day, and it's kind of projected onto us. So we got to remember our old traditional beliefs that the women are the leaders of our communities. The women are the leaders of our families. And that's why in some of our communities, your clan always followed your mother's side in some of our communities. And this way that women are being treated, thank goodness, like you said, that it's starting to come to the awareness of the other cultures too, that this shouldn't be the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough that could be said, right? It's not a coincidence. It's definitely not a coincidence that when you see social movements happening, even in 2022, right? Social justice movements that happen within Wabanaki territory, they are always women-led here. That's even through the effects of colonization and the forcing of the English language and that patriarchal way of thinking, still our communities have maintained that value. And still we as men, take it upon our responsibility to listen, to be quiet and listen, and to be good examples to the younger ones, to the younger men, of what our cultural values are.
That's true.
And to pay attention to the women and follow their lead.
Well, Speaking of some of my aunties, they made sure that I listened too and did what they said. And it led me in the right direction. That's the thing. We need to follow the wisdom of our women. And this is something that's very cultural to us. So when we hear about the missing and murdered Indigenous women, it's the dominant American culture that doesn't really recognize this. And it's slowly beginning to start to come to fruition. I mean, look now, we even have a Secretary of the Interior in this country who's a Native woman. Actually, she's a Pueblo woman. And I think she's going to get in there and clean house like all of our mothers and aunties have done. So there's a bright sky to look to on the horizon. As heavy as this section is, and as heavy as some of these things are that we have to deal with every day, there is a good future. There's a good day coming, and it's usually starting tomorrow, or even today for that matter. So keep in mind, even going through this heavy section, don't identify this with our culture, but these are things, as Chris said, we have to face them so that we know how to deal with them. And then we can push them behind us and be the people that we've always been.
So these next set of videos are some resources created by Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And my personal encouragement, you know, if you're ever looking to make changes, positive changes in your own life, we're all human, we all make mistakes. Acknowledge them and turn to your culture. That's where the answer is.
Get your pen ready. Write down that number to the care line. That'll be coming up again, because we're all here for you.
Cultural traditions are important prevention practices that strengthen relationships between individuals, their families, and cultures. Sharing these cultural traditions allows individuals to build a positive sense of identity and belonging, which supports their overall well-being. Researchers have linked participation in culturally traditional activities as an effective protective factor against conditions such as depression and substance use. Sharing cultural activities brings about positive outcomes in people in terms of education and health and reduces the risk of youth engaging in risky behaviors. The COVID-19 pandemic has added to the stressors that affect us all. If you are struggling, there are ways to cope. Our staff are culturally sensitive and available to talk to you. The Wabanaki Care Line is toll-free, confidential, and open 24/7 via call or text. Our lines are open to community members who are struggling with mental health and substance use, feeling overwhelmed by life issues, to service providers and caregivers, and to those who are concerned about someone in the community who is struggling. Warning signs that somebody may be depressed or suicidal include increased alcohol and/or substance use, withdrawal from friends, community, and family, impulsive or reckless behavior, loss of interest and motivation to do the things they once enjoyed, talking about dying or wanting to die or that others would be better off without them, talking about feeling empty, hopeless, or having no way out of problems, mentioning strong feelings of guilt and shame, giving away personal items or wrapping up loose ends, and saying goodbye to friends and family. We are here to help. For more information, contact sjoy@wabanakihw.org.
Nita, Chris, when I think of these things that we have to face and deal with sometimes, I think of my own personal journeys where we've all been touched by something like this, but we had these elders that we could always turn to guide us through this. I even start to get emotional when I think a little bit about some of the elders like Naga Joanne Dana. I would always go to her with tobacco, and she could always guide me through this and explain things better for me. Naga, even your dad, Wayne Newell, he could always give me a different perspective and help me look at this and pull our culture back into what we're supposed to be doing. And as you mentioned before, we're all human, and we're all guided by media and the world around us. But when we have these elders, and we have elders still with us today that we can turn to. So look around you. Go to your elders. They can guide you through this. They are very, very good. There's others all around us that have taught us well. And there's still elders there today that are still teaching us well. So turn to your elders and help guide you through this. And we can get on through these dark times and get on to the other good, more beautiful parts of our culture. Now, I do have to say, though, that we're going to have one more song, The Longest Walk, that will be performed. And who's going to do that?
Brianna.
Brianna? Oh, Zipsis? Oh, I can't wait to hear that. So let's hear Zipsis sing that song, Longest Walk.
You
right. We are back. And what beautiful shots of Katahdin there, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness, you know, so central to all of our lives here. And, you know, something funny happened. I remember seeing, you know, it was announced on April 1st. So everybody thought it was an April Fool's joke that somebody wanted to put up this thing called the Flagpole of Freedom in our homelands,
I heard
right?
about that.
And one of their selling points would that it would be the top of it would be the first place the sun would hit. But you know what? That goes against what the land would want, right? You know, because Katahdin is that place, you know. And I can just imagine what that force, right? What that spirit would do to that thing if it were actually put there.
I think they would have to rename it to the first place lightning would hit.
Right. Yeah, so, you know, as we said, you know, there was a lot of heaviness in that last segment there, and you know, we definitely wanted to be respectful as we got through that. And thank you to everybody that you know, Lauren and Brianna and the whole crew here for putting that segment together. Such good, valuable resources.
But
and
remember that balance. There's always that balance.
Always.
And there's always that on the other side. So now, once we get through things like that, we can move on to the social and the ones that bring us the goodness, and
That's
bring
right.
us the good part of our culture, the one to identify with.
Absolutely. So we're moving on to another segment of music. Once again, you know, this is your time, right? You hear these songs. If you know the dance that goes along with it, give it a try. If it's your first time, don't be scared, you know, because the more of us that get out there, you don't need regalia to get out and dance. You need legs, you know, you need the spirit, heart. You know, that's the things that you need. You don't even, you know, you just need to want to be there, right? To be part of it. And just being there and feeling that spirit is healing for us in so many ways. And many of us dance for the people that can't dance, right?
Exactly.
You know, and that's one of the things that you got to remember is that if you have the gift, if you're still able, you know, that when you get out there, that sometimes people that can't are feeling that same feeling through you. You know, as you get out there and dance. That's why it's so important, right? That's why we do these things. You know, the earth needs to feel our energy and our feet in touch with it, you know, and feel that rhythm that kind of comes from the earth itself and is given to us. And all
And
these
that's a
music.
reaction from the happiness of our spirit.
Yeah.
When we're so happy, no matter what it is, what's the first thing we do? We dance. We start to dance. And that's an expression of our joy. And our spirit is so happy. So be happy too. Make sure to be happy and dance.
Okay, we have our next set of drum groups coming up here. Once again, thank you to all the singers that have sent us content for today here. We got another 25 minutes roughly. Mawitan Epijig, as well as Banawapskevik singers, Wabanaki Confederacy, Huntley Brook, Jeepalug Epijig. Thank you to you all for contributing your music, and here we go with another set of songs.
Hold on a second.
Hold on.
I got a message that from someone, and I'm not going to mention Nick, messaged me and said that I don't smile. So let me smile for him to show him how happy I am that we're going to go into this big section of dancing. See, I'm smiling. Now let's dance.
Thank you, Great Spirit. Yeah.
snake dance song. Snake dance. Abu Dumpkin. Abu Dumpkin. Halabaji gwe gwe yane. 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 Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Halabaji gwe gwe yane. 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 Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Halabaji gwe gwe yane. 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 Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Yo and oh yo and oh yo and oh yo. Abu Dumpkin. Halabaji gwe gwe yane. Halabaji gwe gwe yane. Halabaji gwe gwe yane.
is the longest walk?
right, we are back. So thank you for all that beautiful music once again. All those drum groups just, giving their energy once again. The singers put themselves out there, and it's not always easy, right? It's kind of a scary thing sometimes the first time you get up there and sing, but they get up there and they keep giving us the music. Without the drum, we wouldn't have anything to dance to.
And they make it seem so easy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to them, you could see the joy in their singing, and it sounds so wonderful. But I remember when I tried to sing, I remember that a lot of the neighbors called the police. So my hat goes off to these singers, and I love the music that they put down. And how can you not dance to their music?
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this gives us, we're coming once again to a bit of the theme of today, right? So we just want to give you a warning once again. We're going to go through another section of videos here, which includes some honorings, which have to do with our theme, which is, the young ones that didn't make it home from the residential schools. And as I mentioned at the beginning of our social here today, that this is not news to those of us that grew up in Indian country, but is becoming very much news to the world right now, as more and more in Canada and the US of these residential schools are being looked at, and they're finding the graves next door, to these schools. And, so we wanted to make sure that we honor that properly here, but also understand that everybody in Indian country has a connection, to this history here. And we want to just be careful and extend, our heartfelt feelings, to those of you that are watching right now as we go through this next honoring.
And we're all touched by this.
Mm-hmm.
Every family is touched by this. And as Chris mentioned before, it's not news to us. We in Indian country have known this for centuries. I mean, even when it happened, and some of the ones that did make it home, they were telling us these truths, and we believed them. It's the rest of the world that tried to hide this,
Mm-hmm.
and tried to say, Ndama Marenileu, but no, this is true. And these are our people, and they've come back. And we need to honor not only the ones that didn't make it home, but the ones that did make it home too.
Mm-hmm.
Remember those people. They were the ones that they still sometimes today they have to live through a lot of the results of that. So we're here to honor them, and we want to make sure we do a segment about this theme, and not to forget. Keep them in mind.
Mm-hmm. So we have a residential school spotlight coming up with an original song by a very good friend, Rolf Richter. Rolf comes from Zibayig, and I first got to know him when I was young, as a teenager, singing with the Red Dawn Singers, Maggie Dana, Larry Robichaud. There was a whole bunch of us there back in those days. But Barbara Paul, who you see with Chipalag Epijig, leading those ladies there. She was the one that, let us know, like, if you're gonna sing, let it out. She didn't let us be quiet. She didn't let you sit there and be quiet at the drum. You let it out. So Rolf is part of that school, and has taken his music to another level here, and plays his flute really from the heart. We've been able to see him perform live, as the sun rose. Just a beautiful thing, and the music that he chose was really reflective of the bird sounds, and that came to him to choose that song just because of the area that we were in. And so Rolf is really a natural when it comes to music, and really lets it flow through, and he has a song.
Spirits truly guide this man when he plays. You can hear the ancestors in his music, and he's truly guided. He's a very talented. Mm-hmm.
And following that will be a children's honor song by Newell Louie. Once again, somebody that a lot of us look to for spiritual guidance in the Passamaquoddy communities, and he's going to be providing that song for us. And we'll also be putting up the Caroline one more time. So please, if you don't have that number exactly, get your pen, write it down. It's a good resource to have. Maybe you don't need it, but maybe you'll meet somebody who does. So we
Share
encourage
that
you.
number.
Definitely. And also, before we go to that, there's been poll questions if you're watching on Zoom that have been coming up. We're asking politely if you can answer those poll questions. It's just to gather data to let Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness do a better job for you all. So the more you participate, the better they can do and more services they can provide for you all.
This is not a phishing scam. Answer those questions.
But with that, ladies and gentlemen, here we go to our honoring for our residential school spotlight and our children's honor song.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Newell Louie, and I work for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. And we're here today to record a honor song for the children. And we'll reflect upon some of the missing children from the residential schools from the past. And we've had discoveries at 11 different schools covering, and we recovered about 10,000 children. And there's a lot more to go. And this is going out to them, the residential school survivors, and for all the children of the earth as well. The song is called Children's Honor Song, and it talks about the grandfather eagle coming down, asking the grandfather eagle to come down and look for the children, to find the children, to help the children, to bring them their medicine, and to teach them the native way. And I love it. I hope you do too. Away, oh hey, 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 away, oh hey. Away, oh hey, away, oh hey, away, oh hey, away, oh hey, away,
Away, ah, hey, away, away. Chihuahua, Holy Wind.
Holy One, Noel. Cultural traditions are important prevention practices that strengthen relationships between individuals, their families, and cultures. Sharing these cultural traditions allows individuals to build a positive sense of identity and belonging, which supports their overall well-being. Researchers have linked participation in culturally traditional activities as an effective protective factor against conditions such as depression and substance use. Sharing cultural activities brings about positive outcomes in people in terms of education and health and reduces the risk of youth engaging in risky behaviors. The COVID-19 pandemic has added to the stressors that affect us all. If you are struggling, there are ways to cope. Our staff are culturally sensitive and available to talk to you. The Wabanaki Care Line is toll-free, confidential, and open 24/7 via call or text. Our lines are open to community members who are struggling with mental health and substance use, feeling overwhelmed by life issues, to service providers and caregivers, and to those who are concerned about someone in the community who is struggling. Warning signs that somebody may be depressed or suicidal include increased alcohol and/or substance use, withdrawal from friends, community, and family, impulsive or reckless behavior, loss of interest and motivation to do the things they once enjoyed, talking about dying or wanting to die or that others would be better off without them, talking about feeling empty, hopeless, or having no way out of problems, mentioning strong feelings of guilt and shame, giving away personal items or wrapping up loose ends, and saying goodbye to friends and family. We are here to help. For more information, contact sjoy@wabanakihw.org.
All right, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at section 4. We are moving along here. This section is Future Generations, Youths, and Maternal Child Health. And we have some videos lined up for you and some more music, definitely. But we wanted to introduce a partner institution here in Nibizin.
The Bizon that's way just upriver, Buzzy Dump Gek. And they have a lot of good native and indigenous programs up there. And they have a really good program in the Bizon, and there's an informational video that we're going to show about them.
Yeah, yeah, and then following that, we have several from the Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness divisions of video on future generations, youth engagement, Project Venture, maternal child health. So this is an opportunity, once again, to learn not just for the services from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, but also services of partner organizations that we have here, Wabanaki-run partner organizations in this region. It's a beautiful time that we're living in right now with all of these resources that we have. It really is.
This is that section I was telling you about, that we always remember our ancestors and be thankful. Now we're going to make sure we're responsible for future generations. And this is the section we start with, the future generations. And what better way to start than learning about other organizations, partner organizations, and a little bit more about our organization here too at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness.
Absolutely. All right, here we go.
Nibizun resides on sacred Wabanaki land, where we celebrate culture as medicine, provide an inclusive space for healing, and promote sustainability for all people and future generations. We believe by working with Mother Earth and our cultural traditions, we heal ourselves and inspire healing in others. Nibizun offers opportunities for healing in the following areas: ceremony, wellness, language revitalization, Wabanaki arts, sustainable lifeways, and peacemaking. One of the newest offerings in our wellness program is our community homeopathy clinic. Nibizun partners with Homeopaths Without Borders to provide the community clinic, bringing members of the Wabanaki communities and their families increased access to healthcare options. Clients meet with their homeopath via telehealth on the first Wednesday of the month and pick up their medications at our location in Old Town the same day. What is homeopathy? Homeopathy is a medical practice that uses very minute doses of natural substances that encourage your own immune system to be stronger and therefore healthier. Is homeopathy safe? Yes, homeopathic medicines are safe to use for all ages. It is also safe for those with substance use disorder who may struggle to find safe treatments for certain medical conditions. Will treatment interfere with other medications I'm taking? No. Homeopathic medicines do not interfere with the actions of other medications. What can homeopathy treat? Homeopathy can treat a variety of concerns. This includes injuries, such as muscle strains, lacerations, burns, and post-surgery injuries. Acute illness, such as influenza and viral infections, ear and eye infections, dental issues, urinary tract infections, and complications due to COVID. Chronic health conditions, such as high blood pressure, heart or respiratory disease, skin issues, anxiety, depression, digestive issues, menstruation issues, migraines, arthritis, and insomnia. Pregnancy, lactation, and newborn issues, and more. Can I stop taking prescriptions once I start homeopathy treatment? No. You should continue taking your medications as prescribed. The community clinic is offered to supplement your current health care, and we do not replace your need for a primary care provider. What is the cost? The community clinic is currently offered at no cost to patients. How do I book an appointment? If you are interested in attending the clinic, you can go to nabizan.org/community-clinic to fill out a registration form and telehealth agreement. The community clinic manager will be in touch with you to schedule your appointment. The community clinic manager is also available to help you answer any questions you may have about the clinic. They can be reached at 207-825-5207, or you can send them an email at nabizan_cc@hwbna.org.
Division of Our Future Generations, Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. This division holds many different programs. The Niganusk program, which houses youth councils, youth engagement, substance use prevention. Experiential learning, which houses Project Venture and Art Lab. Maternal and Child Health, which encompasses early childhood development, literacy and love, community roles, exploration, and support, which houses student success. Ignash Wanishnash Tusha. Hi, my name is Sage Purser. My pronouns are she, her, and I have the absolute pleasure in being the director of Our Future Generations. I've been with Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness for over 4 years, and I am so excited for our team to grow here. And each of our team members will be speaking a little bit more to these programs that I have given an overview already. I hope you have a great event, and I hope you listen in and contact us if you'd like to work with us. Thank you.
Kwe Sirawen, April Lola DeLewis. Hello, everyone. My name is April Lola. Beskadamuka Nil, Naga Nujeo Madok Miguk. I belong to the Passamaquoddy tribe, and I live here on Indian Township Reservation in Maine. My pronouns are she, hers, and I'm the Niganusk Youth Team Manager for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, our Future Generations Division.
Hi, I'm Shelby Savatis. I am from the Holden Band of Maliseet Indians. I currently live in the Maliseet community, but I also work in the Mi'kmaq community. My pronouns are she, hers, and I am a youth engagement educator under the Niganusk division.
Hello, my name is Kiana Pardilla. I'm Penobscot and Passamaquoddy. I work in the Penobscot Nation. My pronouns are she, hers, and I'm the Niganusk coordinator in the Future Generations division. We aim to engage young people within the 5 tribal communities to stay connected to culture and community through leadership groups such as Youth Council, where our young people lead projects, engage in fun activities, attend workshops, participate in state and nationwide leadership conferences, and hold regular meetings.
Way,
Enda Louisi, Nansak Beeson, New Jao, Bunawupskake. Hello, everybody. My name's Niall. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a proud member of the Penobscot Nation, as well as our team here at Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. My position is the Project Venture Team Lead. So Project Venture is an experiential education curriculum specific to Indigenous middle school youth. And currently, we have implemented Project Venture in Indian Island School, as well as Sabayak Elementary School and the Micmac Boys and Girls Club, all of which are going fantastic. And we look forward to the implementation within the Maliseet and Indian Township schools. So telling you a little bit about the curriculum, as you can see here, our motto is to adventure with an Indigenous mind. So with that, we have 3 components, that being the in-school, after-school, and out-of-school components. During our time in school, we'll do a lot of different activities that build upon social emotional learning components, and we work on communication, teamwork, etc. It's really great. Those skills translate to our after-school component, where we'll do awesome activities such as canoeing, rafting, snowshoeing, archery, hiking, backpacking. So there's a lot of opportunity to find some new strengths and find some new lifelong activities for our youth. So as you can see here, we have some youth testimonials, some more activities, and some more about the curriculum. Looking from left to right, our youth, awesome youth, summited Gorham Mountain in Acadia National Park in an out-of-school trip. Here, they are rock climbing in the middle, and the 2 pictures on the right are Aboriginal fire making, as well as our whitewater rafting trip. And then this final set of pictures is a canoe trip up the Bouchaw Stream. So thank you very much for your time, and please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or our WPHW staff to learn more about Project Venture. Willie Wani.
Kylie Tompkins, my name is Kylie Tompkins, and I'm the Student Success Coordinator for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. The Student Success Program was developed as a response to the needs that Wabanaki students have. At WPHW, we understand that our students come from unique backgrounds and experiences. Their journeys and their support may look different, and the Student Success Program is here to provide that support. We understand that when students feel empowered and supported, their journeys are more enjoyable, their dreams are bigger, and their successes are greater. So if you are a future student, currently enrolled, or a past student in need of support in your next steps, we can help. Our program is truly dedicated to everything education and beyond. Visioning. Visioning is one of the most important aspects of student success. We ask students, what are your dreams? What do you see for your future, and how can we help in getting you there? Once we're able to identify dreams and goals, we're able to put an action plan into place by setting short and long-term goals and supporting students every step of the way with as little or as much support as they need. Opportunities. We emphasize opportunities. It's one of our biggest strengths as a division and really as an organization. We truly enjoy connecting Wabanaki people to opportunities that align with not only their goals and their vision for their future, but their passions as well. We have an upcoming summer series to look out for. This training series is really going to focus on building and strengthening life skills, transitioning in education and into careers, workforce development, self-care, circumventing barriers, financial well-being. We're going to cover multiple meaningful topics that students can truly benefit from, and we're so excited to be able to provide this opportunity. So if you are in need of support in the area of education, if you have questions for us and what we're able to provide, please do not hesitate to reach out to the division of our next generation. We look forward to hearing from you, meeting you exactly where you're at, and joining you in your journey to success. So, Willie Wen.
Hi everyone, my name is Genevieve Dowdy, and I am the Maternal and Child Health Division Manager for Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. Thank you for joining us today. I just wanted to give an overview of the Maternal and Child Health Division. So our main focus is to advance the health and wellness of women, girls, and young children within the Wabanaki tribes of Maine. One way that we want to do this is to focus on women's health and what the needs are in our communities. One way that we are trying to meet those needs is, or I guess to understand those needs, is to do an assessment and find out what our communities need and how we may be able to better help serve those needs. One program that we do have is an economic mobility program, and we have been able to host talking circles through this program. And we have the talking circle, and then we also have a cultural activity joined with it. So far, we've had several women be able to make ribbon skirts, whether it be for themselves or for their family members, their children. They've all come out beautiful, and we also have some future opportunities for that. So definitely stay tuned and check out our website. We probably will have some registration opportunities for another circle. So that will be coming up. And then another area that we focus on is children's health. We have a love and literacy program where we offer books to all stages of life, from 0 to our elders, and we have some great books by Indigenous authors. Some are even local to Maine, so that's a very exciting program. And then we also have some early childhood development programming that we're working on. At this time, it's mostly campaigns, and it focuses on learning and understanding child development and some developmental milestones. We have another program that we are partnering with other agencies to increase knowledge around oral health and the importance of having nice, clean teeth throughout the lifespan, but in particular with our youth. And then another area that we're really actively working on right now is a health campaign focused on breastfeeding and helping employers to better meet the needs of employees while they're on their breastfeeding journey. So those are just a few tidbits from the Maternal and Child Health Division. And thank you for joining.
Yeah. Okay. Nita, I hope you guys had your rest, because we're going to start singing and dancing again. Well,
Yes.
Not me. Chris will sing.
Oh, we got some more videos coming up here, but we want to give you some live music. And so this is an old favorite here, one we know in our communities at Passamaquoddy territory, Penobscot territory. Maggie Paul loves this song right here, so I'm singing this for you, Muglet. I love you. So here we go.
Nida.
Ooh.
Magic Maggie, if you're out there listening, sit down and rest, because I know you were dancing. That you never sit down for this song. Nida, Magic Maggie. Oh, I miss Magic Maggie.
Oh.
But it's good to know that she's still singing for us, and I hope you're out there listening to Chris sing your song.
All right, with that, we're going to go to another section of drum groups here. Once again, thank you to all of our singers that have sent us content here. Maui Danij, Epijig, Banawapskeg singers, Wabanaki Confederacy, Jeepalug, Epijig. All of you, thank you so much. And here we go with another round. Once again, you want to dance, get on up there in your living room. Don't sit. Get yourself moving. It's good for your body. It's good for your health. It's good for your brain.
Where else can you get all this wonderful music from all over the villages and the communities, and live music to boot? Start dancing.
This is Wichita. Hey,
Yamadiye.
Here we go.
We're back. Sorry for the technical difficulties there. That's what happens with live performance and live shows. Every once in a while, the tech goes down. But here we are.
And good thing we have a good crew, so they can catch that and we can go ahead and fix that.
Yes.
Oh, speaking of technical problems, we had Umwes Dana and his original song that was due up next, but we had some technical problems there too. We played that video, and all we could hear was a bzzz, and we couldn't figure it out. And then someone said, "Hey, wait a minute, that's Umwes?" Oh, so I think they may have fixed it. Do we have Umwes available? I think we do. There he is.
Is almost Danny. Here to sing an original for you. Feature.
Good song, Gus. I like that song. That's an original song.
That is. That's it. That's one of Umwes' own songs there. That young man's been brought up around the big drum, knows his way around a hand drum, can sing that Cree-style round dance, and is making his own compositions these days. It's just awesome.
We didn't really have trouble. I had to tease you, Gus.
No.
So you can blame me and Zipsis for teasing you on that.
Yeah.
But I can remember Umwes when he was just a little scuddion, and right next to the big drum, that boy would be sound asleep. And I thought, nobody could sleep in that. Umwes did. So did a lot of these drummers that I see now. When they were little, they fell asleep right around the drum. That's when they're at home and comfortable.
That's right. Yep.
Guligas.
Yeah, good job. Awesome, as always. So we are moving along here. From music, we have another PSA here. This is another youth-led public service announcement on substance abuse from the Penobscot Nation Youth Council. And we also have a youth recruitment video. So once again, we're talking about future generations youth, maternal child health in this section here, and this is a great opportunity to hear from some of our Penobscot youth on substance abuse.
I'm so thankful for the way the youth have just taken on this medium and the social media and these PSAs. It's something that they're doing really good. I see some of our youth today and how hard they're working and how they're helping the culture, and they're actually grasping some of the social media and some of the doing PSAs. And it's like, when I see PSAs like this, when I see youth like we have in all of our communities now, I see a good future for our culture and our language. And I can rest at night knowing that our future of our people and our culture is in good hands. Let's take a look at this PSA.
Daughter, I know you. I've known you longer than anyone still walking this earth. I knew you when you were small. Your father and I watched you grow, watched you fall. watched you rise again. I know you've overcome adversity. I know you're still trying to find your place in the world. After your father passed, things have been difficult. I am your mother, but not only your mother. I see the path you are going down, and you will need more. You are a leader. You are strong. You have accomplished so much and have so much goodness ahead of you. But I am afraid for you, daughter. You have been playing with fire that you shouldn't test. You are going somewhere most of our tribe knows, but no one would suspect you'd wander. We were naive. I was naive. We think that only the weak or the lowly use these poisons. We were wrong. We think that if we keep our kids busy, tell them what's wrong and right and the way of life, that our child will be spared. Drugs and alcohol don't discriminate. Forgive me, my daughter. Because of my pride, I have failed you. I thought I could be everything for you and protect you from the world. But even if your father were still here, we could not be enough. It takes more. Our tribe is a community that is responsible for all its members. We watch out for each other, protect one another, especially from these poisons. We are all one in this fight for your life. We are here for you. You will rise again. Together we are strong.
I've been a part of the Indian Township Youth Council for around 4 years, and I'm a current college student at the University of Maine at Machias. I'm a part of the GNUB mentorship program there, and I also made the Dean's List last semester. I wanted to become a part of Youth Council because it gave me the ability to connect with other youth my age, and it also allowed me to voice my concerns within my community.
What made me want to join was the really fun activities. The workshops are really fun. The raffles. We do cooking nights, gaming nights, all of that stuff. Art lab. It's really fun.
We always learn a bunch of stuff. We always get to hang out, have fun.
About 2 years. Honestly, the friends, the opportunities that I have, like swimming and hanging out with my friends, going somewhere new.
My most memorable moment would have to be skate night. Skate night was a event open to the public that we held in Holden at the Rollerama. We had over 100 people show up and rollerblade, dude. Eat good food and win cool prizes.
I liked a lot of the youth events where we were able to see other like Native youth and their traditions and how they're changing their community gives inspiration for what we could do to change our community.
It's a great program, and it's fun to be involved with your friends to help support your community from a young age. And, there's lots of fun events that we get to go to and take part in.
Youth Council is a great way to meet new people, get involved and stay connected within your community. A great memory I have from being a part of Youth Council has to be going to Nabizan. A lot of the different youth councils went to Nabizan and we learned about Indian laws and tradition. And while doing that, we also had a lot of different fun activities we did while staying there.
The most memorable part of Youth Council for me is meeting people from different communities, and something I'm looking forward to do is doing more of that.
It is a great opportunity to break out and see other perspectives.
The most impactful for me would have to be being able to learn from my peers and the staff at WPHW.
In 10 years, I want to be a lawyer, and I think Youth Council can help me achieve that by helping me strengthen my leadership skills.
The Youth Council gave me more confidence to speak my mind and want to become a leader.
I see myself in the next 10 years becoming a school counselor to help mentor young Indigenous children and give them the resources that they may need to shoot for the stars and become whatever they may desire.
Making sure everybody's mental health is okay, making sure everybody needs everything they need, making sure everybody has somewhere to stay.
To help and support my community with my peers. I think being able to brainstorm ideas and help uplift our community in a positive way with people my age.
See other youth around the country and just see other youth change, which really inspires you, so you're able to change your community as well.
This is a safe and welcoming place for everyone. Your voices will be heard.
I'm looking forward to see all the younger members come into their voices and be the change we need to see within our community.
Hope you join Youth Council.
All right. I hope you guys took note of that last email address there on how to join Youth Council, especially for the younger ones that are watching here today. Because, what better way, to work through these types of situations? Substance abuse is something that our communities have been dealing with for quite a long time. And oftentimes, it's a form of self-medication. It's a way of healing from the trauma of past generations or sometimes our current generations. And really the healing needs to come from, once again, turning back to our culture. It's this new culture that's been introduced to us. It's just not us, and our way back, away from these things that lead us to substance abuse is really to turn to our culture and to get these young ones especially. So joining a youth council is one of those paths.
Exactly. The youth councils that are in your community, you'll be able to go there and they'll be able to help you. And the address was there for April, but in your community, you can be part of a youth council in your community and start learning all of these things and start actually having fun. And this is what I've always told the youth, is the fact that a lot of times the youth in our communities feel like they're not heard. When you go to the youth council, it's your chance to go and be heard. We want to hear from you. You at Youth Council have the opportunity to do not just PSAs, as wonderful as that one is. There's so much that's available to you. There's so many different worlds that could be opened up for you. And just find your place. You all have something to give. Everybody has a gift to bring into this community, into the world. And as we begin to see that our Indigenous kids are just so amazing. We've always been able to, even throughout history, when the settlers brought them horses, all of a sudden the Western tribes mastered that better than anyone else. The French brought fry bread, and no one mastered that better than our elders, I'll tell you. And I tell you what, whatever it is out there, our youth can master that, and they will find their place. So go to a youth council in your community and be a part of that and be heard, because you know what? Your voice is important. You're the future of our communities. You're the future of everything in our communities.
Yeah, there won't be me and Roger around here forever. One of these days, we're going to need one of you guys sitting in these seats here, right? Passing this along.
Oh, yeah. We've got to pass this on. You guys have to take... I sit back and look at these actors in these youth PSAs, and it's like, my goodness, the talent that's there and the abilities that they have, they need to be here. So we need to have a youth council emceeing all of this so that Chris and I can sit back in our rocking chairs. And yeah, I can yell at Chris and say, Chris, put your teeth in, go dance. I can't dance, but Chris can. You know? What else? Oh, we got something else lined up too, don't we?
Yeah, so we're going to share, once again, the vendors that are taking part. And, you know, so if you're looking for some Wabanaki arts, right, this is your opportunity right here. We're going to be sharing out all of the information for all the vendors, once again, their contact information. There is examples of their artwork, beadwork, all sorts of, there's two-dimensional artwork, there's literally a bevy of things that you can choose from, and we highly recommend buying from Native artists whenever possible. That's the way you support Native art.
Write down these addresses so you can contact these vendors. And if you're not able to write them down, I think you can contact Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness to find out a little bit about the addresses of the vendors you may be looking for.
So let's watch this clip of vendors, and then we'll be coming up to the last section for today, which will be recovery and healing.
We're here, Chris.
We're here.
We're on section 5.
We are. I know. Where did the time go? Right? I mean, my goodness, it feels like we just got here. You know.
I know.
I've been having a blast. You know.
And it was just a moment ago I got that text message from my wife that said, "Stop buying from them vendors." Okay. So, but we're in section 5, and this is my favorite section. It covers recovery and healing. I mean, what more Wabanaki trait could be than recovery and healing?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're such resilient people. We adapt to our environment. And we always remember every new dawn is a new chance for us. And even though some people say, oh, you don't get a chance to do that again. Well, you know what? If you're Wabanaki, you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's called tomorrow. No. We always have a chance. When a new dawn comes, it brings us new opportunities to do what we weren't able to do the day before, or actually to make it even better, even if we've done good things. Recovery, nagaya, healing.
Mm-hmm.
What better, more cultural thing for us to end with?
Yeah, and if you think about it, it fits with what they teach about, recovery, is that you make the choice to heal yourself, and you start a new history that day for yourself, and you continue that history. So just like you said, we as Wabanaki people, it's built into our culture that we can welcome the sun in the morning as it rises, right, as part of our cosmology. And as a part of doing that, we can let go of the things that have troubled us in the past. And if addiction is one of those things, one of those mornings could be the day that you start that new history for yourself. Returning to your culture, right? That's such a big part of recovering and healing for Wabanaki people. And that's why it's such an important part of what we're doing here today, and why we're finishing with this last section here.
So many of our ceremonies are built around recovery and healing. Mm-hmm. We get a chance to be reborn, to go into a lodge, and to come out from the womb of Mother Earth and to be reborn into that new you, that new person, the person that's been there the whole time, that you've been following the wrong path. But there's always that chance, and it's never too late, even for old guys like me.
Yeah, and we're all human beings. Recovery and healing is part of all of our lives. Finding a way to, if you get hurt, right, and of no fault, by an accident, you still need to recover and heal from that, and to do it in a healthy way, right? And so it's regardless of whether there is an addiction or not, learning how to properly heal your body, and doing it traditional fashion. There's so much to be said for us as Wabanaki people in using those methods for ourselves. And that's how we look to the future. We're trying to create a better future for the next generations. And what I always tell people is that when it comes to the world that we're living in now, my father knew that he would not live to see his intended outcome of the work that he was doing. He knew that it was multi-generational work. He knew that it took multiple generations for things to end up a certain way. And it's really going to take multiple generations for us to undo it. Mm-hmm. And so we got to think about these things in the long term. And maybe I won't live to see my intended outcomes of the work that I do, but maybe my children will. Maybe their children will. And that's why it's important that we do these things.
That Chris, that brings to mind a story that Chief Hugh Akagi told me one time about how we would select a canoe for our communities. People would go out with the elder, and he would select which tree would be harvested for a canoe. Now, it was usually just a small little sapling, and they would select that sapling. And then they would take care of that sapling and make sure that it would grow and be healthy and get all of the sunlight and the water it needed. And that generation, as it continued to grow, would not see it. And then the next generation would be taught to care for that tree. And then all the way down till you got almost 7 generations, they finally have got that tree to where it can be harvested for a canoe for that community. So all of the generations before that selected and took care of that tree never got to see the final product. Mm-hmm. But it was foundational that they did this, and they continued to do it, and they never gave up, and they continued to get community canoes in that same way. So the work that you do, just like what you were saying, Chris, that we do today, we may not see the fruits of that labor, But you know what? We're laying the foundation for the future. And I can see just from these other videos and the way that our people are healing and recovering, and not even alone. Remember, we're a community. We do this together. So keep in mind, that's the future of our communities. And I have good feeling about the future of our communities. Do we have any videos on
We
that?
have some videos. We have a video on recovery as well as peer support. And then we'll be coming right back to you after those. Pay attention to these videos.
Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Sakabason. I am one of the co-CEOs of Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness. As you know, we're a growing organization that works with each of the 4 tribal nations and 5 communities to address issues of health, issues of healing, and also the challenges of recovery. What we wanted to do was create an organization that was able to meet people wherever they were at. Erica, my friend and colleague, and I are going to talk about what we have been involved with each of the tribal leaders as well as the tribal communities to create what we're going to describe. It is the Center for Wabanaki Healing and Recovery. Before we dig into the slides and the pictures, I'm going to turn you over to Erica. Erica, please.
Hi, thank you, Lisa. My name is Erica Farnloff. I am manager of recovery housing and supports for the Wabanaki Center for Healing and Recovery. And really excited to be here today with Lisa and share all of the amazing work that we do and the amazing things being created around the world of recovery within our communities. So thank you, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you and welcome to the 24th annual Wabanaki Spring Social. We know spring is here. That's what this time when we are at the social reminds me of, the beauty that is now surrounding us. So first, as I said before, our work would not be possible without working with our tribal leaders. Our tribal leaders have helped us with our focus in our work. To be able to create healing and recovery services is something that the tribal leaders have been talking about and planning for many years. Our organization has the honor to be able to take these ideas and bring them to the next step of reality, of service, of healing opportunities for all of us. So as we move through the slides, Erica, we're going to see why this work is so important. We collectively know that finding healing and recovery services when we need them or when a family member needs them has been difficult, if not impossible. We collectively also know what heals us. Erica and I work closely together and we talk about the importance of centering our culture and language in our healing, our ceremonies, our land. Knowing that the healing is in the land means that we have to increase our campus footprint. On the next slide as well, we're going to see where our focus is. Wherever you are on your journey, we have a place for you is what we say, and we say this every single day. In order to create this reality, we must create a continuum of care. We also must recognize the harm that comes with our story, that historical trauma that is very familiar to many of us. That harm has its impacts, and we see the impacts of substance use disorder and other things because of this history. What Erica and I also have the pleasure to witness daily is the healing that's occurring. We like to talk about generational strength as well. What we know is that our language and our culture provides instructions. This generational strength is that power that has been handed and passed to us, resulting already in a deep knowing of what heals us. And we as an organization are taking what heals us and creating those opportunities. If you go on to the next slide, Erica. Here is the campus of the Center for Wabanaki Healing and Recovery. We're going to introduce you to each of these places just briefly, but we only have a few minutes with you today, so please reach out and we'll talk about how to reach out at the very end. But these are the places that we're going to introduce you to. This is a big campus. This is a multi-acre campus of over 50 acres of property. And what is so important about each one of these pieces of property that span from Bangor to Millinocket is that each one of them connects us to what we know heals us, which is our sacred traditions and our territories, our culture. Let's go on to the next slide. Our first place is the gathering place we want to introduce you to. This is a 50-acre property along the sacred Penobscot River. It is our place where we connect to land. This is our place of our food programs. This is where we're growing ceremonial tobacco, as well as connecting to our traditional medicines that are growing on this property already. We also have a 70-foot greenhouse and many other opportunities to kayak, to canoe, to camp. There are already healing opportunities at the gathering place. We get excited during this time of year because more and more opportunities will be happening at the gathering place as it gets warmer and we are outside more. The Healing Lodge is where we often say this is where the traditional Western as well as cultural services are both offered. We have cognitive behavioral therapy, case management, those services that you may have heard of in the non-Indigenous world, and in our world, those talking circles, elders teaching, storytelling also happens here. We are not quite open for full services yet, but we are working quickly through the licensure process, and we are gearing up to be open for full services in May. We also offer well-briety meetings that Erica helps to lead and other community services. This space, if you ever are in the area, please let us know. We would welcome you. We created this place with community input. The questions we asked were, how do you want to feel when you come in? What do you want to sit on? What do you want surrounding you? What do you want to smell? What do you want to eat? And this is a product of many, many minds coming together to create a sacred space. So we welcome you. The next place we want to introduce you to is the Family and Friends Connection Center. This location is in a process of both fundraising and renovations. We do not anticipate this place being open until later 2022, perhaps 2023, depending on that funding. We believe that we need a place where family and friends can also heal alongside our folks that are in recovery services. This is that place. This is that place where we have a place for you to stay, to eat, to gather, to heal, to connect, to ceremony, as well as your loved one that is in healing and recovery services. Next slide. This is you, Erica.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. We had the amazing pleasure of opening Opportunity House, our men's recovery residence for our Wabanaki communities in May of 2021. And we have exciting news of opening our first Wabanaki women's home in May of 2022. And we will be opening another men's home in Millinocket to coincide with the services that are offered at the Healing Lodge, and really to be able to support in the active healing and growing and education process of our people in recovery, making sure that they have supports not just in the traditional clinical side, but also having supports in the home side and developing skills and pursuing dreams. And we're really excited for these new opportunities and these programs to be starting and keep on supporting them. And another thing we do know is, as we see every day, recovery is something that is hard to access. And we know that detox is the very first step. And it's almost non-existent in our state. And we know that when we call around every day, we have no beds available. And we, as an organization, if we can't find it, we create it. So we will be opening our first Wabanaki Detox and Healing Center coming in late summer, early fall of 2022. And this is so exciting to be able to offer healing space from first ask of support through the entire continuum of care and the entire process. Because like Lisa shared in the beginning, no matter where you are in your journey, we have a place for you.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you all. Thank you, Erica. And
thank you.
Have a great day. Erica, if people need supports, healing and recovery services.
Yes, if you need
how to access.
Absolutely. If you need supports, if you need a phone call, someone to speak to, have questions about the recovery process as someone who is living with substance use disorder, someone who is seeking recovery, family members and friends, please call us at 1-800-409-1778. Again, that's 1-800-409-1778. And you will have a human being, a live person to speak to, ask your questions. And really, we're there to have you from that first ask through the whole process. You're not alone in this, and you are loved, and we are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great rest of the social.
It wasn't long ago that Maine's tribal populations had to come all the way to Penobscot County to receive recovery support. For Mainers, access to healthcare is a public necessity, and everyone deserves an opportunity for a healthy life. To give everyone this chance, healthcare professionals across the state banded together to form a network of recovery for the Wabanaki Confederacy. We named the alliance Makwi, meaning together. Before, many of our people, including our expectant mothers transitioning into recovery, would have to travel across Maine to receive health care. Now, they are able to receive the health care they need close to home. Today, Makwi provides improved screening, treatment policies, and effective communication between community experts and healthcare providers throughout Maine. To us, Makwi is a chance to band together for a common cause, to use the bonds that were forged generations ago to help tribal members live their best lives. Together, we can ensure that everyone receives the health care they need. Learn more at makwi.org. Willie One.
The WAB Peer Center. A little history about the WAB Peer Center. Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness formally established its peer-run recovery center in October of 2017. The WAB, as it is known by its community members, is open Monday through Friday, 9 to 3. Membership is open to any Native American adult. The Maine Association of Peer Support and Recovery Centers, MAPSARC, peer centers, social clubs, are recognized to provide a unique and valuable service to consumers of mental health services. Peer centers, social clubs provide a respectful and nurturing community where members are encouraged to participate in experiences of their choosing that will enhance innate abilities, promote recovery, and instill self-worth. The WAB Center is an intentionally created space to conduct culturally congruent peer-to-peer activities for Native Americans that promotes health and wellness in our community. The WAB is a haven, a place to go, relax, feel safe, get support, socialize, and develop peer connections. Community members come and socialize with others, use computers and phones, attend groups, and meet with peer support specialists in the peer center, or they can meet outside in Bonnie's office. This is an updated picture of the WAB picnic table, which is Bonnie's office. We took advantage of the beautiful weather to weatherize and paint peer-oriented and positive words on the table. Let me introduce you to our staff. Sharon Jordan has been with Wabanaki since the beginning in 1996 as a licensed clinical social worker. Sharon has always wanted to help her community. Sharon has been working as the peer manager since 2017. Sharon loves her role in peer because she knows it takes a village to support change, and the peer center creates and unifies community. Tanya Francis has been with Wabanaki since 2009, working as an adult case manager. Tanya began working as peer coordinator in 2017. Tanya enjoys her involvement with peer through the stories community members share. Every story is a window into each of their lives that allows us to see and understand the path their lives have and are taking, and the appreciation of entrusting us with these stories. Sue Romero began working at Wabanaki 24 years ago as a social worker, providing adult case management. Sue has been with the Peer Center since 2017 as the senior peer support specialist. Sue enjoys working with community members because she can relate to others and use her past to help enrich others' lives. Bonnie Sapir has been a peer support specialist for 5 years. Her favorite part of the job is being together, sharing stories, and seeing people move forward. Anna Rapp began her journey with peer support 3 years ago. Anna describes her journey as a privilege of being able to see actual positive change that comes with interacting every day with the community, and also the keen sense of self-purpose that she is doing what she's supposed to be doing with her life. Kathy Paul began working at Wabanaki in early 2020 as an adult case manager. She transitioned from case management to peer support and has been a great addition for over a year. Kathy loves the hope and good vibrations that come with being a part of the Peer Center. Howard Palmer was welcomed to Wabanaki in August of 2019 as an adult case manager. He recently started his position in the Peer Center in late 2020. Howie is enjoying his peer support position because being supportive helps, and helping makes the community stronger. Gidget Murphy has been a peer support specialist for 5 years. Gidget enjoys working with community members and sharing lived experience, as it is very healing and a powerful journey. Every story is unique. Gidget loves planting seeds and watching them grow. Lana Fields is our new family peer support specialist. She started working with Wabanaki to be a part of a team whose main focus is helping community members solve their struggles and to achieve the stability, strength, and wellness that they want and need. This was a special event that was held in October of 2021. It was our Monster Mash, and some of the staff dressed up, and we had some just decorations outside. The Peer Center offers groups via Zoom and in person. They are Monday through Friday. If you're interested in attending, you can pick up a monthly calendar at the office on 157 Park Street. You can also get it through a case manager or a peer support specialist. For more information, please contact the peer support line at 207-217-3363, the Wabanaki Care line at 1-844-844-2622, or you can call the main office at 207-992-0411. And remember, you are not alone.
All right, we apologize for that, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, live productions, you have live problems happening, but that's what we're here for, right, Raj?
That proves we're live, by golly. Yeah.
So we are going to be moving along with our program, and we're getting near the end here. We have another segment lined up for you of music from all of our drum groups here. Maui Dunnage Epijig, Jeepalug Epijig, Wabanaki Confederacy, and Bonawapskeg singers are going to be joining us for another round here. We're going to be showing another section of videos, and then we are coming up to the closing of our social here today, and it's been such a great time. Once again, where did the time go? It's already late. So
you can tell it's late.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, all the technology wants to fall apart on us right here at the end, you know. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna check with our tech team here. We're gonna see how well we're doing. Oh, we got thumbs up all around.
Why are they
all
pointing
right.
up? Oh, wait, that's a thumbs up. Never mind.
Yes, yes.
Thought they were pointing up there somewhere. No.
So here we go. Take it away with our singers. Maui Dunnage Epijig, you're up first.
The victory song. Well, hey, yeah. Well, hey, yeah.
Get me the manage down the leon no te. Get me the manage down the leon no te. Nigga master my with honest. Get me the manage down where the bed so dig I'll Nega masto, abola na marote, nestan que so telegalux, ola o secamo, Get me the damanes, dan the leon Get me the damanes, dan the leon
All right, thank you. Bunawapskeg Singers. Man, we just finished off on a hot song there.
Oh, I know. This is one of those moments that I just don't want it to end, Chris.
I know, right?
Edgy week
Yeah.
It's been so fun.
It has, all day long. And, you know, the crew that we're with here, too. I mean, just nothing but laughs here all day. It's been awesome.
I know, these guys are great. But first, I have a request. I remember whenever I used to do these with your dad, he would always sing a good closing song. And now that you're here, you have to fill those shoes. Would you do that for us right now, Chris?
Yes, yes. No,
Good.
I'd be honored. So this was a request, you know, for the humbling song. And, you know, it's one of my dad's favorite songs. You know, the meaning of the words is really about, you know, forgiving each other, right, for the wrongs that we've done to one another. And that our, you know, our children, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, you know, our ancestors, they're watching. And, you know, let's go together, you know, with our heads bowed and our, you know, our hands held together and go to the top of the hill to pray, you know. And that's what the essence of this song is all about, is how we can come together, these new beginnings, right? And forget, you know, the wrongs that we've done to one another. Acknowledge them, but do better going forward together. Right, and so that's why it's a good proper song for us to finish off with here. So thank you, Roger, for asking for this song, and you know, I hope I do my dad proud here. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad gig was no. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad gig was no. Jiruam kwe wewel tinen mawam kabazul tinen. What the webilma wam kabazul tinen. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad mi taks no. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad mi taks no. Jirawam kwe wewel tinen mawam kabazul tinen. What the webilma wam kabazul tinen. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad nichan wo. Datrian halso tipan elad mingad nichan wo. Jirawam kwe wewel tinen mawam kabazul tinen. What the webilma wam kabazul tinen. What the webilma wam kabazul tinen. What the webilma wam kabazul tinen. Tahu. Yeah, it's a little hard for me to get through that one a little these days, but you know, that's what we're here for, right? You know, is good feelings and everything. And even though, you know, losing our dad, you know, so recently, you know, it's just, for me not to be here would be wrong, right? You know, he would want me to be here.
Oh, yeah.
And I appreciate you asking that of me. And with that, ladies and gentlemen,
we hope you guys have had as much fun as we have.
Yeah.
Because it's been wonderful. But we couldn't do this alone. Just like we said, our communities do things together. We've got a whole bunch of people that make this happen. And Where are they anyway?
Yeah, we want to call them up. All the folks, the crew here from Wabanaki Public Health and Wellness, come on up here behind us. Let everybody see your faces. You've been seeing me and Roger here all day long, but you know what? It's these ones right here making all the magic. Everybody give a wave. Are we all in there? All right. So we are going to sign off, ladies and gentlemen, here. What do we say? Up judge.
Up judge. Can I be old bug? Golanke Azinia.
Yeah, what he said.
Golanke Azinia naga. Chiwiliwan alip si dewan bechiat. Waliba miyania.